Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. So let me call Mr. Tyagarajan Kumar, the Director, Times Group. Thank you, sir. Let me invite Mr. Prabhuram, sir, the Managing Director, Mr. Tyagarajan, Alumni Customers. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, let me call Mr. Sundarajan, sir, CEO of Castellar. Thank you so much, sir. So let me call Mr. Karthikeyan, AVP Infosys. So once again, thank you so much for everyone to be, our chief guest, who accepted our invite and you wanted to be part of this event. Thank you so much. So once again, thank you so much for everyone to be, our chief guest, who accepted our invite and wanted to be part of this event. Thank you so much.
All right, we have a very special person who flew all the way from Sydney, Australia, to be a part of this event. And let me call upon Mr. Kavil Kulan, is an enterprise account executive at DOMO, Australia. Kavil carries an history of expertise in the financial service and technology industry. Thank you, Kapil. Thank you for coming in. Let me also please call upon Naveen Kumar, CEO of GWC, again on the stage, please. Hey, Kapil, hey, Naveen, please on the center, please. Thank you. How you guys are feeling today? How are you? Great. Great. All right. So, hey, Naveen, Kapil, could you please share some thought about today's event? What's your thought? How do you feel about today's event? Please go ahead.
Okay. Perfect. I like to walk around, so I'm just going to hold this as I come around. So it's a pleasure. Thank you. Yes, as my name is Kabil, so I'm the account executive out of DOMO in Sydney. So I look after the APAC region, and I have a particular focus in India. I'm very passionate about India since I started. Really looking at bringing DOMO into the Indian market and working closely with people like Naveen to make that dream a reality. A little bit about myself. So yeah, I've been in the data analytics field for about 7 or 8 years now. Prior to that, in the banking industry. So got a lot of knowledge about bringing data at the fore of business decisions and bringing that at the fingertips so all companies around the world can manage their business from their phone and make smarter and faster decisions. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention that I didn't bring a suit like these lovely gentlemen coming from Sydney. Couldn't fit the suit in my luggage. But the real excuse is I got married earlier this year and I put on about 20 kilos, so I can't fit into my suits anymore. I love cricket, passionate about cricket, so if you want to talk to me about DOMO, I'll talk for hours and hours, but also I can talk to you about cricket, whether Virat Kohli should be opening the batting or Dinesh Karthik should be the finisher in the T20 World Cup. Happy to chat about that. Should I give a quick intro into DOMO and why DOMO came about? Okay, I want to share the story about why DOMO. In my life, I'm always starting with why. So DOMO, about 12 years ago, our founder, he had a company at the time known as Omniture. He sold that company to Adobe, which is now Adobe Analytics for $1.3 billion US. And instead of sailing around the world with all of his money, he wanted to start something new. And at the time of CEO of Omniture, on any given day, he couldn't tell what his sales numbers were, how his marketing campaigns were performing, how many people he has even in his staff. So he wanted to start a business where, as execs, they could start managing their business in real time on their mobile device. And that's how DOMO came about. Now, we've got over 1,000 staff globally. Our APAC head office is out of Australia, Sydney. We've got offices in Singapore, Brisbane, Melbourne, Japan, and people like Naveen here in India supporting the local region. So that's why DOMO came about. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking a lot more about how DOMO can help your businesses specifically. And please come and chat to us at any point in time. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapil. That was a wonderful speech. Thanks a lot. We call upon Naveen to give some speech and thoughts about today's event. Thank you.
Yeah, once again, good morning, everyone. So DOMO's partnership, GWC's partnership with DOMO, right? So why DOMO? So Kapil told why DOMO and what is DOMO and how we partnered. So as a company, we focus only on analytics and business intelligence, and we might come up with maybe 10 years of experience, different tools and technologies, but we found DOMO to be completely unique because it is a one-stop shop tool which can handle end-to-end. You don't have to use multiple layers in between. You don't have to depend on, and I met a senior vice president. He was like, I have to just remember around 20 passwords, and I have to keep one separate software for remembering the passwords only. So we will be getting rid of all different tools and technologies, one-stop solution, which is DOMO. That's the only reason where we wanted to kind of partner with them. And also about GWC, right? 1 year back, maybe 5 youngsters, they resigned their job and they wanted to focus something on our own. We wanted to start something on our own. So that's how we found the company called GWC. And also the vision, right? So we have something called work from home. We don't want to encourage work from home. We don't want to, I'm not against work from office, but
having the traffic and the cost of living in metropolitan cities. We wanted to approach in a different way, work from hometown. We made sure if you call me, I'm from maybe a small town, small village, right? I'll be telling my district as my hometown when I'm discussing with a couple of people, I mean, when I'm introducing myself. So when I'm calling Vellore is my hometown, I want to work from Vellore instead of coming to Bangalore or Chennai. So that's our vision, and we are, with that vision, we are able to open 5 different offices in different small towns, and we have office in Hosur, and we have office in Tirupattur, Salem, Namakkal, and Dharmaburi. So, and also, these are the development centers, and since we are into data security comes into picture, we take care of it and we own it, right? So, the next thing is why this particular event, why we want to conduct this event, right, at this particular place, why not inside Bangalore, why not maybe in Chennai, right? So we have seen a lot of industries out of Bangalore, which is outskirts of Bangalore, and in Hosur also. So we have seen a lot of industries, MSMEs. Right? We wanted to bring analytics to MSMEs with the reasonable pricing, right? But that is the main challenge that everyone is concerned about. What we're going to do with this particular cost, and what is my ROI? What is my return of investment? So I'm investing so much for analytics, what it can give me back. To address all these things, we wanted to have this event. So we're going to address a lot of questions. We're going to tell you people how we're going to implement. There is no data. When we discuss with many MSMEs, there is no data, there is no structured data, and there is no system to produce data first. And there are legacy systems, and the approach is traditional. They don't want to kind of get into a new thing. They are completely fine with the approach they are taking right now. They don't want to invest in multiple, new things. They don't want to try the modern technologies. We want to address these issues, and we want to tell them how data can help them, right? So for this particular thing, we wanted to organize this event. And thank you so much for everyone who has, accepted this invite and who is being part of this event. And once again, thanks our GWC team for making it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen. That was a wonderful speech. Looking into the MSMEs and hometowns. Who does this? Hardly some few people who has a great vision about it. Thank you, Naveen. Once again, a great round of applause for Naveen Kumar, GWC CEO. All right. The next, now I request Mr. Sumit Mehrotra, who is the Senior Vice President of Sales USA at Coforge, to share his thought on data analytics. The best thing is he's not here. He's in US. I think it's night, 12 o'clock, Naveen, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. He's going to give a speech from US. Can we have him on screen? Thank you. Beg your pardon, there would be some technical glitch, or I think they are trying to connect him. United States, let's take time for us to connect. Hi Sumit, can you hear us? Hi, Sumit. Good evening, good night. I don't know what to call it. Can you hear us? All right, technical team, please talk to Sumit from the camera and you guys ask him to start over.
Okay.
Hi, Sumit.
Hi, Sumit. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
Great.
Great to be on screen, Sumit. This is Deepak. We are right now live on the event, and we have the entire crowd is waiting for you for your speech. That's about data analytics. Sumit, you can start your speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Okay, so thanks everyone, and welcome to this event. Very happy to be here. My name is Sumit. I'm based out of Dallas, Texas. I've been in travel industry for last 24 years now. I've spent around 20 years in North India for the earlier part of my life. Next 14 years I was in South. Spent a couple of years in Chennai, around 5 years in Bangalore, 2 years in Kozhikode in Kerala, and then around 6 months in Hyderabad. And for last 16 years I've been in US, almost 17 years now. So really proud to be here, and thank you for this opportunity, GWC and Naveen and Brahma. So I will break down my keynote into like 4 parts. One is I just want to introduce the way I see GWC, how I have come to know this organization, Naveen in particular. Second part is really the role of analytics and the way we look forward to the world of tomorrow, how this is going to be really key to unlocking all the information that today we have in a digital age. And finally, the concluding comments that I'll probably submit it to you. So that's the construct of the keynote today. So very quickly on GWC, as I said, I'm really happy to be here. GWC does a phenomenal job in its young life of managing its stakeholders, welcoming people, employees of GWC who work really hard every day with a smile on their face, clients who trust GWC to deliver for them daily, prospects who encourage GWC to engage in and experiment, and last but not the least, partners such as DOMO who are here to provide world-leading solutions. And then not to forget that in any young startup or any young organization, there is a need for advisors and mentors who are providing critical inputs, guidance that can be relied upon. So really happy to be here and thank you. Welcome everyone. Now, GWC to me echoes a worldwide view, which is deep-rooted in the old Indian philosophy of whole world is one big global family, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It's a Sanskrit phrase from Indic text, right? Which is in our Maha-Upanishad, which means the world is one family. And hence, in the age of digital, where distances do not matter, I'm speaking to you from Dallas, Texas, almost 12 o'clock in the night, and you guys are there in India. We are connecting our stakeholders. We are connecting folks globally. And so the whole world is one big family which is connected through physicality, consciously and digitally. I have worked with Naveen very closely for the last few years. I have seen as the CEO of GWC the growth of the firm. I have seen growth of Naveen and how this vision has materialized under the umbrella of GWC brand, where GWC and Naveen are reaching out to the corners of India which have been either overlooked, underserved, for some or the other reasons. And so it's not just about really making money and having a business, it's about serving the society at large, which I think is a very, very important part of a great leadership and a great organization. I have come to know GWC and Naveen from my pre-COVID days, during COVID and post-COVID, which was undoubtedly one of the most challenging times in recent human history. And seeing a company grow, seeing its employees get engaged, seeing its client being happy during that phase of engagement is really a proud moment for anyone who is involved with this firm. So I wish them great luck, and I'm very hopeful that as we unlock this event for the rest of the day and maybe in coming months and years, you will see much more value to be added by GWC and Naveen. So it's not just about, never about money, as I said, right? And so what is the goal? In my opinion, based on what I have experienced with GWC is, it's about channeling the existence for the betterment of society at large, at the same time, really taking everyone in it. So as our philosophy of our current Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. And I'm not trying to politically endorse anyone. I'm just saying that philosophy is good, and embracing that philosophy really helps and uplifts all sections of society. And to me, that's a very important part of any business organization who's trying to not to just serve its clients, its prospects, stakeholders, but helping society at large. Hopefully you guys can hear me still, and I'm able to communicate to you.
Yes.
Just making sure that I'm not disconnected. The second component that I would like to talk about is around the concept of servant leadership, right? As firms like GWC, especially Naveen, because I've known Naveen for a while now, and I learn with him all the time as I interact with him, there is a whole concept of this servant leadership. And when I was doing my MBA at IIM Code, I happened to have a case study that I came across around Southwest Airlines and how in a business of airlines, which is low margin, very difficult to succeed, 9 out of 10 airlines fail. An airline like Southwest, which served Dallas, Austin, Texas, Houston, was able to, in just within the Texas area, grow a firm from zero to billions of dollars and really defeat the larger brands like American, United, Deltas of the world. And they did it with a smile on their face. Their employees are laughing and they're having fun. And it really boils down to the concept of servant leadership, that you have to lead with that servant's heart to serve the stakeholders in the society. And that differentiation I clearly can see is what GWC and Naveen are trying to project in the analytics marketplace in the world, especially focusing on India to begin with today, right? So that concludes the second part of my keynote, which is really introducing GWC, understanding GWC, and understanding where this company is and where it wants to go. The second part that I really want to talk about today is the role of analytics and why it's important, right? Because it's not just about GWC focusing on analytics and why are we not doing other stuff. I think it's very important that when we look at the world forward, we are in a digital age where we're all interconnected, multiple devices, multiple channels, digital age. Humans and machines are coming together, massive amounts of information and data packets, decision making being done on an everyday by looking at charts and data and whatnot, right? It all boils down to how do you take that data, make it into an information, and then convert it into actionable insights. And as you look forward to that world of tomorrow, analytics is not something separate, something outside. In an interconnected world, analytics becomes the foundation, the enabler, the inevitable drive that takes the omnipresent information and data and converts this into an actionable insight. A great example is in front of us. When you go to Netflix today, they don't tell you here is the dashboard, here is the analytics. They just give you the content that you have watched or that you have served. It's embedded, it's invisible. So the whole invisibleness of analytics, I think it's going to be very, 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 very important as we move forward. Similarly, when you look at Amazon, for example, your browsing history, your shopping history, the kind of things you're shopping, they immediately suggest something below, right? Under the hood, and they say, okay, why don't you buy these together? So I think analytics is going to play an ever-increasing role as we look at the world forward. And it has to be invisible, it has to be actionable. It cannot be world around us. Most often we use the critical one, which is the visual one. And hence DOMO, which is an innovative approach to data visualization, comes into play. It's a challenger, in a world, it's disrupting the leaders. In the world of analytics, it's pretty well known. My first exposure to DOMO was in 2012, and it's a fantastic and innovative product. It provides certain features and functionality, in my opinion, that makes it easier for the enterprise clients to process those disparate data sources, bring them together on a single platform, thereby providing a powerful view of enterprise and promotes faster decision making. I firmly believe that the partnership between GWC and DOMO will provide immense value to its clients. In conclusion, I will make the case that as we embrace analytics more and more, it will be the foundation on which the world traverses the next frontier. This will require modern technology, a structure, innovative thinking. Big will not necessarily be an advantage, it will become a target. Being nimble will no longer be ideal but a necessity. This will require a modern workforce that is focused on skills and carries a go-getter, ever-learning attitude. Servant leadership that embraces successes and failures with equanimity and appreciates its workers as co-partners on a transformative journey. A modern organization is needed, in my opinion, that is proactive and flexible to its clients and treats its prospects with equal gusto, ready to showcase the most innovative inner self that we have. And hence, so I introduce you to the organization of today and tomorrow, GWC. God bless you all and thank you. I heard an echo actually, Vinod and Brahma. Was there a question?
No, Sumit,
I think it's echoing. Maybe you can just put a chat. Thank you for his speech.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Sumit. Can you hear us now? All right, no problem. Thank you, Sumit. So, it's very rare to see a man giving a fantastic speech at 12 in the night. What an energy. Yes? Let's give a round of applause for Sumit Malhotra, United States Co-Force Vice President. All right, next we have a very special guest. Now I request Prabhuram Gururav, the Managing Director at Albi Dicaster, India, to speak a few words about data analytics for MSMEs. Thank you, sir. Man, giving a fantastic speech at 12 in the night. What an energy. Yes? Let's give a round of applause for Sumit Malhotra, United States.
Happy morning.
Good morning.
Naveen, we have 15 minutes before. We have time for 15 minutes. Whenever you want me to stop, you stop. First of all, I want to mention a few things. One, the event has started on time, on dot. It's a big thing in India. That's beautiful. Two, know your story. The caption itself is mesmerizing. That's what I would say. GWC, know your story. Three, somebody is thinking that B towns has to grow. That's a very, very, very beautiful thinking. Thanks, Naveen, for that wonderful thought. Way to go, but you will reach heights. There is no doubt about it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks for inviting me. All the people, those who are sitting here, thank you very much for coming. All those who are watching online, thank you very much for watching and investing your time. My topic today is the need for data analytics for MSMEs. Before that, I want to see in 15-20 minutes we will not be able to analyze everything. But my objective of the speech here is, will I be able to do some kind of a perspective change in MSME? Let me attempt. The belief you hold at the beginning of a journey defines the journey. Everything starts from the mind. Normally when we listen everything, even now the gentleman from USA spoke about everything about Southwest and Amazon and Flipkart, Netflix and everything. So immediately the MSME should not think that this is all for big guys. No. It's all for us. what is the need that I will come to you. But if we don't believe, what happens? We suddenly think that it's impractical. Impracticality is a vocabulary of a mediocre who does not want to take the responsibility of implementation. Those who doesn't want to take the responsibility of implementation only, they will say that it is impractical. It is not practical. But everything is practical. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. If you want to eat an elephant, one bite at a time. So everything starts small. Small beginning, incremental improvement, sustained progress, humongous possibilities. That's what we say. 2 years before Naveen met that person, he started in a small way, now he is growing. In India he is focusing, he is going to grow global. There is no doubt about it. It's all starts, everything starts from that only. So let me focus on what I need to speak. MSMEs. First of all, if you want to look up to anything, you need to know the history of things. Even only in Tamil Nadu, if you take MSMEs, 30% of export, 45% of manufacturing output, 48% of entire export, 32,000 crores investment, 8,000 different products. If you take 2031 vision, it is 5 lakh crore investment, 50 lakhs employment. The huge opportunity for MSMEs to grow along with that. So MSMEs are the backbone of the country. It's not a sentence, it's real. So we have to realize it. So what is required? That's why I said believe. Belief is first. You have to believe it. Then only everything begins. The need is, we need to grow. That which it does not grow, that which it does not change does not grow, that which it does not grow dies. We have to change. Change is permanent. Normally, when we say data, normally we have no idea what is data. Data simply means information, nothing else. Data simply means information. But today, data is maturity, data is future, data is money, data is new oil, data is new currency. Everything is data. To be specific, what I need to speak about the data analytics, there is a science part, there is an art part of it. Let me not go deep into that kind of science, what is science part, what is art part, but let me tell you some, at least 1 or 2 insights how the data can help. I am Prabhuram from Alubi Diecasters. It's in Osur. One of the unique, beautiful industry for supplying all the automotive, solar appliances. So many things we are supplying. We are capitalizing the data and growing along with it. Data is maturity actually. There is a saying, wise men learn from their mistakes, wiser are those who can learn from others' mistake. So, we have to learn wherever the people are having the knowledge, wherever the people are expertising their own field, that we have to grab it, gather it, and then we have to use it. That's how it is. So, why we need data? Why the data analytics is required for even for MSMEs? How many people of us we know? There is a concept called Pareto. He says 20% gives you 80%. This one line, if we understand properly, from that we can start. As MSMEs, I think from this line we can start. What is that he means? 20% gives you 80%. 20% of our customers gives 80% of our business. 20% of our employees gives 80% of production. 20% of our 20% of our goods contributes 80% of our inventory. 20% of defects contributes 80% of the quality. 20% of our suppliers contribute 80% of our subcontract. I can go on. All 20% matters. 20% gives you 80%. So, if at all, if we want to start anything on data, we have to focus this 20%. Where is this 20%? Because the balance 80% is only going to give 20%. So if we focus on the 20%, that gives you 80%. Normally, in our company, we have a concept called change champions. Change champions simply means the total employees whatever we have, in which whoever is capable, aligning to the culture, interest to grow, attitudinal, beautiful attitude, willingness to grow, all these people we call them in different area. It's a heterogeneous group and form that as a change champions, and for them my time I am focusing on that. This is data. This data you have to collect it. So who are all in that 20%, you have to collect the data. Otherwise you will not be able to know. In one of the meeting, I was talking about that, and one employee asked, "Sir, why I have to be in this 20%? What is the necessity? A lot of people are there. You are forcing, you are focusing on 20%. 20% people should come and join this 20%. Why I should do this?" Then I told him, if you don't know the data, then you will not be able to understand why you have to join this 20%. Understand, in our company, these 20% of the people consume 80% of salary budget. Balance 20% of the salary budget is going for that balance, 20% of the salary budget only going for 80%. Where you want to be? Sir, I want to be in 20%, sir. Then come. Even in that 20%, whoever comes, maybe 100 people, in that 100 people, they have to fight for the 20%. That's how, if you grow up the pyramid, then automatically that competitiveness is important, everything is important. So 20% gives you 80%. In that, if you start collecting the data, everything begins. See, normally, we have to start from measurement. What is not measured cannot be monitored. What is not monitored cannot be controlled. What is not controlled cannot be directed. What is not directed will never become progress. So it starts from measurement. I am 90 kilo. I mean, example. I am 90 kilo. I want to reduce my weight. First I have to measure. Then only I will have plan to reduce my weight periodically. So it starts from measurement. Otherwise, how will you monitor? Otherwise, how will you control? Otherwise, how will you direct? Otherwise, how will you make a progress? So it starts from measurement. So everything is data in the company. See, if I suddenly ask what is the ARPU, average revenue per unit in your industry, you are supplying almost about 1 lakh of components. What is the ARPU, average revenue per unit? Suddenly you will not be able to know. You should know what is the average revenue per unit. Then if you don't increase the average revenue per unit, then how will your turnover will increase? Turnover simply means price plus volume. Price into volume is turnover. So both you have to focus. Everything starts from data. Data is everything. Everything is data. So what is the cost per employee? What is the turnover per employee? What is the cost of electricity bill per component? Every data we have to collect it first. Initially we have to collect it. Bosch today, they are owning a huge stake because they have huge data with them. They give importance to data. Only thing is we are not giving importance to data. But if you want to create data, see, a lot of people I call in our company, I say, see, if you want to do the setting, how much time it will take? They suddenly say 2 hours, sir, 3 hours, sir. Do we have a data? No. So these are all I am talking is almost about 6 to 7 years before. Now before they do every setting, there is a stop clock. They have to switch on, it will count down. So then when they complete the setting, they have to monitor and then they have to enter it digitally. Then you know how many number of settings, what is the setting time, what is the rejection, department by rejection, what is the production, what is the productivity. Everything, every data we have to capture. Not only that the employee is coming on time or not, it's a data. Every time when they come, before that end time, that the shift beginning time closes, immediately there is a SMS for the entire group. Who are all came late? Is it 1 minute or 2 minutes? Who are all temporarily absent? Who are all taken leave? And what is this, the first time or second time or third time or fifth time? Everything we have to collect it. First collection point of it. After that, lot of things, how to analyze, how to improve, how to execute, how to visualize, how to store. That is all there. How to act, how to analyze. That and all later. First we have to collect the data. If you want to mock anything and then collect the data, it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of money. You are doing already everything you are doing. Then what is your problem in collecting it? Anything if you want to write, people are hesitant. You have to write everything. The raw data has to come from shop floor. There must be a team, they have to digitize everything. From that there must be a team, they have to segregate and categorize, and then there must be a team, they have to analyze, and then from that the action should happen. Then only it will grow. He said very clearly, Vasudeva Kudumbakam. I am saying in a different way. The global village means you can, where competition can come from anywhere. You have to be right on dot competitive. If you want to competitive, then you have to manage your resources so precisely. If you want to manage your resources, data analytics, data collection, everything is important. I always say people, know what you don't know is power. To learn, to ask and learn what you don't know is superpower. Somebody is having expertise, somebody is investing entire life in that. So why don't you take the opportunity, why don't you take the chance to go there and this is what I am, I want your help. It's absolutely no problem. That's why to ask and learn what you don't know is superpower. So we can definitely use it. So collecting the data and using it, you are growing it because it's a competitive world. You have, see, all the MSMEs, when I meet people, they speak many things. There are only two categories you can speak. One is circle of concern, another one is circle of influence. What is circle of concern and what is circle of influence? COVID is circle of concern, my immune system is circle of influence. You cannot do something which is not in your control. You can only control what you can control. See, illiteracy is reducing. No, you can take some two people and ask them and give them the education. That is in your hand. That is influence. No, all the roads are forming, people are cutting tree. We can talk. We can grow a tree, not planting the sapling. We can grow a tree. Then that is circle of influence. So when we talk to people, the only majority of their energy is going on circle of concern. Instead of that, the energy is diverted to circle of influence. We can grow a lot of improvements can be done when we channelize our energy to circle of influence. So how to make our circle of influence? We have to have awareness where we have to collect the data, where we have to analyze the data, what is the scientific approach, what is the art of collecting the data and art of approaching it, everything we have to find out. That is the beautiful thing, you have to do it. And if you are having the data in your hand, then you have an edge over other competitors. That's the beauty of it. Because the data you can collect it from the past, you can collect it in the present, you can also predict it for the future. All the things are possible. Because whatever the data you are collecting in the past, that can give you a beautiful clarity to take a decision. Basically, the need for the data itself to take decision easily. 1. 2. As a leader, we cannot take all the decisions on our own. We have to depend on second line. For the second line to take the decision, they need to have a decision-making framework. If you want to create decision-making framework, for that data is required. Without data, nothing is possible. If you go to the doctor, just like that they cannot prescribe. They will ask all the data. It can come through you or he will suggest you to do some test. From that data only he will be able to decide what type of medication you have to undergo, what type of treatment he has to give. Everything comes from the data only. But are we collecting the right data is important. That is very, very important. Data is everywhere. How many people gathered here? Data. What is the percentage of people present here when compared to how many invites I have sent? Is a data. How many people are attending the conference, that summit online? Is a data. Everything is data. But what is the kind of data I need? That clarity we should have. Data is everywhere. Every people, you see, I told data is nothing but information. This is an information age. You will be dumped and poured with many information. If you open your phone, any kind of information will flow. You cannot even stop. It will rush. So what information you need, what data you need, everything you have to be very clear, you have to be very precise. especially for small and medium macro industries. The data analytics, they are neglecting, as he said very clearly. I mean, they're all having traditional methods. They don't want to change. As I said about just a few minutes before, that on which that doesn't change, doesn't grow. If it doesn't grow, it will die. Change is the only permanent. We cannot say, we cannot be staying in the cocoon of comfort zone. We have to come out of comfort zone and explore the possibility. What is the problem? Absolutely we can do that. Especially small and medium or micro industries, it is easy. 5 machines, 10 people, 15 people. From that, if you are not able to collect it, then it is difficult. See, this kind of data analytics, which is much more important than the big corporate, because big corporate, they have only minimum competitions. But if you take these MSMEs, the competition is very high. So we have to be at par, survival of the fittest. So we have to be materializing, we have to capitalizing this data collection, data analytics, everything. Okay, see, we have to take the experts' help, that is very important. But one thing is very important, the core idea, the inner, the passion must be there from the entrepreneur. The leader has to take the lead, and then they can definitely support. From their angle, they can support. But what we want, we should only tell. So where I want to take this company in 5 years. So how the data can help, how the data analytics can help in taking my company to my vision. That and all you can always ask. But the core idea has to come from you. You cannot depend on everything, because if you are depending on everything outside, if the core idea is not from you, it will not give you the consistency. You will not have the interest. People from surround, they can come and support for the core idea, but the core idea has to come from the entrepreneur, from the leader. That is very important. Last but not, only one thing I just want to tell, and then I want to conclude. Right from we are in the drop of a protoplasm to the time we go to the tomb, everything is a transition. We have to notice it. Growth need transformation, transformation need change, change need transition, transitions are never comfortable. But that particular transition, right from a single drop of protoplasm to till you reach the tomb, everything is transition. A baby to a child is a transition, child to a boy is a transition, a boy to a teenager is a transition, a teenager to a married man, adult is a transition, then aged man is a transition. Everything is a transition, but particular transition is never comfortable. All transitions are difficult. Growth, what is growth? You moving from lower comfort to higher comfort through uncomfortable transition. All the legends, all the leaders, they will put their life only on transition, but the beauty is they find happiness in transition. If you are not enjoying the transition, then every life, all through your life will be difficult. So, as an entrepreneur, as a leader, even in a career path, how will you manage your transition? Point number 1. Point number 2, how will you accelerate transition? Not only managing transition, you have to accelerate. What I mean by accelerating transition? If somebody is doing this for 6 months, in 6 months, if you could able to do it in 3 months, that is acceleration, transition acceleration. So, you will get an edge over it. So, how are you going to use the transition in a beautiful way? An employee to a supervisor is a transition. A business to organization is a transition. Organization to a brand is a transition. Everything is a transition. If you got married, then there's a transition. Bachelor to married man is a transition. If you get children, then it's a transition, because parenting comes in. All through your life, whether it is professional, personal, any social, anything you take it, the transition is a transition management or transition acceleration is important. But we have to proactively approach transition, 1. 2, we have to anticipate transition. Then it is possible. Otherwise, it is extremely difficult. So, this particular data, whatever this GWC or DOMO combination, what they are talking, is in the transition. So, we have, when we are implementing everything, it will be in the transition mode. So, it will be difficult. It will not be comfortable. It will be little difficult to move on. But you should not give up. We have to endure, and then once if you go there, automatically you will find a beautiful space there where the crowded competition will come down. So data, you cannot omit. That's why data is a new oil. Data is new oil. Data is maturity. Maturity says all the people, those who are collecting, and that maturity they are ready to pass on, then it is why we have to avoid data. So data is maturity. That we have to understand. And mostly I am thinking MSME sector, their decisions are based on emotion. Rather it is intellectual decision. Most of decisions are emotional. If you want to take decision intellectually, data is required. Otherwise, intuitively, without intellectual analyzation, without proper data backup, without proper validation, if we take decision, it's a hit or miss chance. Why we should do this? Emotion. We have to come from emotional decision to intellectual decision. For that, data is important. So data is everything. Data is the future. So those who go to the first thing and then catch it, grab it, everything will be all right. First we have to extract and then transform and then load and then store. This is science part. If you take an R part, then it is evaluate and then visualize and then analyze and then act. These 8 things are there. We are not having much time to elaborate on each and every part, but my conclusion is MSMEs are the very important area where we have to capture data, analyze data, use data. More than that, if you are not aware of everything, you have to take the help of expertise available, and then grow. I love you all so much. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Prabhu. I'm sure that was a great speech about data analytics for MSME.
Thank you so much, sir. Because this particular event is mainly for MSMEs, as I said. So sir spoke more than what we know actually. So it is very important to get this kind of knowledge. And as rightly said, right, so there are multiple problems with MSMEs, and we are trying to address those problems, and we have different plans for it. We came up with, after understanding the problems, we came up with ideas, innovative solutions, and IoT devices where it can make the legacy systems to modernize the output of that particular system. So that's what we are going to address for the MSMEs. Yeah. So to once again, thank you so much for the wonderful speech, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Naveen. I was just having a discussion with Naveen quite a long time back. I was asking, like, Naveen, you have a great vision, and give me some few more speech about your vision. His vision was, he was just telling people, have you ever looked into the women or girls, ladies who have double graduates, but they are stuck. They are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, they are married, they're not able to work further. Like, I understand today we have work from home, but again, they are stuck at their hometowns or after their marriage. I said, what are you talking, Naveen? This is, the world has changed. Today's it's women's world. He said, it's good to say that, it's good to post that in a WhatsApp status or in Instagram, but in reality, do you think so? I said, okay. The reason I'm talking about ladies and women is because the next person I'm going to invite is a leader, women, Shamala, who is the, sorry, I'm mispronouncing, Shamala, who is the founder and CEO of CSoft Technologies Private Limited India. I would like to call upon Shamala to give some speech about data analytics. Thank you, Shamala.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to first thank Naveen and the GWC team for inviting me up here. So it's been a great honor. Thank you. We've had a good Ganesh, who couldn't be here, who's one of my team member. He's been working with Naveen and the team for quite some time on analytics and other things. They've been a great partner. So thank you so much. First, I'll just talk a brief introduction. got a couple of slides. So I'm not a double graduate or anything. Single graduate from Tamil Nadu. Worked with Mindtree in analytics space for about 8 years, and then decided to start on my own, right? And from 2013, I've been running this company. So there's been a lot of challenges, and it's not easy for women, like you say. There have been challenges, but it's up to us to fight, right? I'll touch upon that in some time. What do? We help hospitals create a positive experience for the patients. So all of us have been through COVID, right? So we'll touch upon that everybody can relate. How we do it is through our different products. Analytics is one of it. The GWC team has helped us create insights with the data. So this is how all of us would have seen the last 2 years. The fact that we are all here today in person, being able to have this conference, I think it's kudos to all of us here for staying at home, being safe, going through COVID like we know. How did analytics help with COVID? Right? We've all been through the 2 years that has happened in the last 2 years. But you would have seen a lot of graphs. A lot of people around the world, every company, every government, organization, they all had graphs like this to depict what the waves we saw. We all had the first wave, and then the second wave, and in January, the third wave. So you can actually see that in the charts that we are looking at. Right? So that is analytics. That's how it impacts us in everyday life. So in healthcare especially, there are different types of analytics, right? So this one is population analytics. So population health, which is what helps us overcome COVID. So we all got the vaccine. How did that come about, right? Or medicines for COVID. How did they decide? Analytics was used in every single place for us to be able to discover the vaccine. There was research done. How? Based on the data that was collected. So that's how important data and analytics is in the healthcare space. It is affecting us every single day. Today we all know we have fever, okay, go get a paracetamol. How? Based on the data that was collected so far, it's been proven. The drug discovery itself takes. So those are the cooler aspects. So you would see a lot of things that are emerging in the healthcare space, drug discovery, or Bluetooth, social distancing. A lot of things that we've seen that came up during COVID, right? Even robots. So healthcare robots are the next thing, or wearables, based on which you can get, how you analyze things, right? How does it help us? So it helps us in everyday life. That's what I want to say. So I'll talk a little bit about how my journey started, right, in healthcare. How did I start with journey? So, like I said, I was in Mindtree, did analytics. Then we decided, okay, there's a lot of data in India, a lot of people in India, which means there's a lot of patients. When you have a lot of patients, you have a lot of data that is there. Let's see how we can use that to help the Indian population be healthy. Because a lot of drugs that are discovered are based out of US and other countries where the population is different, the demographics is different. So we said, okay, let's look at the data which is there in hospitals. So we approached a hospital in Bangalore, and they said, yeah, we have data. Let's look at the data. This is how it was. So you've seen all doctors' handwritings, right? How do you analyze based on this? You really can't do anything, right? That's how we started. We said, okay, let's first take the first step of digitizing the collection of data, make it easy for them to collect data. So that's how we started building our product Health Score. And today we are at a place where we have Health Score Insights, where we say, okay, let's look at the data that we've collected and then see how it is useful. Right? And this is another thing. Why is healthcare so different? Why is it not the same as retail or any other analytics that we do? Why is it so hard? Not many people are able to do it or get into the healthcare space and grow big? Why is it so unique? Right? So all of us would have been in this situation. Something is not working in your computer. What do you first do?
Switch off, switch on.
Yes, switch off. They say switch off and then switch on, right? Reboot. That's how we all think. But we can't do that in the healthcare space, where you can't say, okay, switch off this machine and see if it works again and helps the patient. No. You need to have done the analysis before. You need to know what you're doing. That is where the power of data comes in for the doctors. Today, doctors study for years together. 10 years after that, only you think they start practicing. Okay? So, what do they do in that time? They read through books, collect data, understand things. But we are trying, with the power of technology, we are trying to help them go there faster. Give them the power of data in their hands. So that's why we shouldn't be surgeons, not restarting things. Okay? And the other thing about analytics is, when you look at data, there's a lot of data. You keep looking at the data, trying to prove your hypothesis. Then what happens? You will find that trend. So that's something that is unique in healthcare, to say that don't try to force the data out of, don't try to force the insight out of the data. So you'll have to understand the domain. You'll have to understand what is healthcare, why you are doing it. So only then that, there is real value that you're adding. Okay. Then talking about graphs. So this is another thing. You take graphs, put dashboards, show it to doctors. Do you think they really know what they're looking at? Right? They've all been trained in clinical aspects, not really in technology. So you show them a graph, that's how they will look at it. To say, they may not even understand what they're looking at. So again, that becomes a challenge for us, to say that your traditional analytics or dashboards may not be enough. You need to provide information to them the way they will understand. So the critical thing is, you need to think why you are creating your dashboard, have the domain knowledge, understand, and then it's a mixture of everything. It's not a single piece, drag, drop, put a data there, and then you have a dashboard. That most engineers can do, but that's not what the healthcare industry needs. Time understanding the healthcare domain, that's very critical. Yeah. What do you see out of this graph? What do you understand? So this is an analytics graph, right? Is something that's close to my heart. It's not related to the topic, but
Women lagging behind in India.
yeah. But what do you understand from the graph? India's on the top.
Yep.
It's in the last.
In the last, yes. Vice versa.
Yeah. So about 1 in 2 women engineers will not have a career. That's the state at which we are in. So it might be a women's world, but in India, it's not. If you look around this room itself, you will see how many women are there, right? It's not that they're not educated. Everybody goes through, they study, they're all engineers, okay? 50% of colleges have women students. But when it comes to the workforce, it's half of that. It's because they don't. They choose otherwise. It's nothing wrong. But we need to support, whether it's man or woman, you need to support. Look at your wife, or look at your sister, or your friend, right, or your colleague. See how you can support, because it's not an equal space. It is not equal life for everybody here. There's a lot more that we need to do as a society to help us get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamla. Wonderful speech about healthcare and also about women empowerment. I hope. All right, it's time for break, so let's have a quick tea break. I mean, the beverages are being served, so everyone can take a break.
Before that, we have our, the video which will be played, how GWC does analytics and need of analytics. Maybe you can play that video.
In a world where there is a constant hunger for new technology, both data and analytics have become the heart of digital transformation. Today, there are more of us than ever before, each generating information about who we are and what we need, living in a more connected world. We have even more effective ways to harness this information and use it. It gives us invaluable insight into our businesses, our people, our risks. Are you ready for today or are you ready for tomorrow? In today's connected world, we are living much of our lives online. As a result, companies everywhere are creating large storehouses of data on all of us. The most obvious information being collected is social media data. In 2021, people created 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every day. By end of 2022, 70% of the globe's GDP will have undergone digitization, and 91% of Instagram users engage with brand videos. By 2025, 200 plus zettabytes of data will be in cloud storage around the globe. There is now a digital record of everything you buy, everything you watch. Data is becoming one of the most profitable enterprises on the planet. Everything you post, tweet about, like, and more is being collected. Digitalization opens up fascinating new possibilities for the automotive industry. Large quantities of data are generated at many stages in automotive production today. We are already drawing major benefits from intelligent analysis. In the automotive industry, vehicles under plus seats and high-performing engines have become increasingly intelligent due to data analytics. The onboard technology is transmitting information about vehicles and driver performance. The manufacturing industry is beginning to use analytics driven by real-time production data, not only to make better, faster decisions, but also to enable automation across the organization, making data analysis in manufacturing an important element. Welcome to the digital age of endless possibilities. Welcome to the GWC Data Analytics Summit 2022 in association with DOMO, an event that brings analytics and BI professionals together for one day to exchange innovative ideas, explore new technology, products, and network.
Yeah, now let's break for the tea and we can come back and we're going to discuss about DOMO's capabilities. Till now we haven't seen what is DOMO can do in analytics, but we're going to real time experience it. So thanks for your time, guys. Yeah, break for the tea, yes.
right now.
Before DOMO, the word that comes to mind is chaos.
Our information was scattered.
That was life before DOMO, and I do not ever want to go back to that life.
You need a data solution that is more than just charts and graphs. You need to connect to your data wherever it lives, to bring it all together for the people who need it in real time, so each employee can know what's happening right now, to predict what's coming, to see the big picture, and take informed action in the moment. That's why we built DOMO.
DOMO is a heck of a lot more than just business intelligence or just data warehouses or data discovery or analytics, collaboration, dashboard, and visualizations, reporting tools, etc. It combines all of those into one single platform. By connecting all of the data, the people, and the systems in an organization, we're creating a truly digitally connected business. And that's why we call DOMO the operating system for your business. It's like a living, breathing network of data and all the power that comes along with it because it's all in one system. Oh, and by the way, you're able to manage all of it from your phone.
I was hooked the first time I opened the app on my phone. Real time, anywhere in the world, in my back pocket, I had access.
A user can log into DOMO, know that there's a single source of the truth.
People are freed up their time to manage the business versus trying to figure out how to measure it.
What we couldn't accomplish with the previous BI tool, we were able to establish in a week.
DOMO can do things that no other single technology solution can do. It's a data-agnostic platform that connects data throughout your enterprise, leveraging your existing infrastructure. With DOMO, you can quickly and easily connect your systems and data environments to provide faster speed to value and greater scalability, security, and performance. DOMO delivers the power of real-time alerts, shared workflows, bi-directional connectors that write back to your systems, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and an ecosystem of enterprise apps designed to solve your specific business problems, freeing up each member of your organization to be creative, more productive, and improve their overall impact.
DOMO's revolutionized our business. Not only are we able to lead with data, we're able to lead with predictive data, which we've never had before, and take a jump forward.
The best parts of our day are spending time in DOMO, like exploring data, new ways to understand that data, and then visualize that data so that we can add value across the organization.
Benefit is so phenomenal that it's hard to articulate in numbers or words. Just a massive transformational shift for us.
Stop wasting time pulling information from multiple sources and trying to make sense of it all. Stop taking action with stale information or only part of the full story. It's time to pull from everywhere, integrate everything, and connect everyone. It's time for DOMO.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me onto the stage today, Naveen. Absolutely pleasure coming from down under and being here talking to my fellow Indians. Personally, the morning sessions were absolutely wonderful. It's great to hear from industry experts about why data is so important in this day and age. So I think it really sets the tone for what we're going to go through today, which is the DOMO platform. And we've got about an hour for this session, and honestly, I hate hearing the sound of my voice, so let's keep it collaborative. If you have a question, just shout out, put your hand up. If anyone online, I don't know which camera's online, that one, this one, ask your questions online. I'm sure someone will call it out, and I'm happy to answer them. So DOMO, the real power of DOMO is the full stack solution. So that's what I wanted to start the presentation with today. It's a SaaS platform, so it's just a username, password, login into my demo environment here. And these are the core 7 layers that I wanted to talk to you about today. Typically, when you're trying to build your BI stack in any organization, you need to put together 4 or 5 or 6, or in this case, 7 different pieces of technology for your end-to-end solution. DOMO does it in one platform. So that helps for speed, for scale, and for performance, and of course, for cost. So the first step here is connecting your data. Got me still? Yes? Perfect. First step is connecting your data. So DOMO has over 1,000 pre-built
built connectors in our library. So you're able to bring your data in from wherever it is in your business, whether it's finance tools like SAP or sales platforms like Salesforce or marketing tools. If you're in marketing, you've got 20 platforms, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever it is. We're able to bring all of that data into one central place in our data warehouse in real time. So that's step one, getting all your data across your business, and then step two is storing it on the cloud in a real time now. Now the third step that we're going to walk through today is preparing that data. So once you have your data, great. But what can I do with that data? I might need to combine my finance data with my sales data for expense reporting. Or I need to combine my marketing channels with all my website activity because I want to understand it. On my emails, my SMSs, are they driving more website activity to my product? So the ability to clean that data, transform that data, and get that data ready for reporting is step 3. And I'll show you how that drag and drop interface works. The fourth step, and I might just turn around this way, is to visualize and report that data. So, there's lots of visualization tools out there to really get that data at your fingertips so you can start taking action. I'm going to demonstrate how the ease of use inside of DOMO to allow any business stakeholder to access and analyze that information. Inside of DOMO, we have the collaboration tool, one of the unique features allowing you to communicate on the live data with your colleagues. So it's almost like a Slack channel built inside of the tool. So you can start tagging in your colleagues and say, hey Naveen, what's happening here? He gets a push notification or an email, drives him directly into the live dashboard I'm looking at, and we're communicating on live data. The reason we built this is very important. We don't want to start taking data out, putting it into PowerPoint, putting it into emails. The minute you do that, that's static information, it's historic. We want to access that live data and make actions from there. There's AI machine learning models built there, Python, R scripting, that we can cover later on, and the ability to extend that out. So we've got the ability to actually embed all of these dashboards out into your own products, your own websites, wherever you want to take this information, so you can start presenting it in front of your customers. So that's the full stack solution that DOMO provides, all in one tool, and I'm going to dive into each one. Any questions? Okay, there was someone with a question, but it's the cameraman standing up. Let's get through it. So, I'm going to dive into the data. So first I want to show you how easy it is to bring in that data. If the internet's working, yep. So I'm going to go into my DOMO data warehouse. So this is my dummy environment where I've got 90 billion rows of data pulled in to one data warehouse. So I've got platforms in there like Google Analytics, Instagram, Excel documents, SAP, HR platforms, over 100 platforms that I have within my business, and I'm centralizing that and streamlining that and bringing it into one place so I can start doing things with that data. So DOMO is purely on the cloud. You're bringing all of our data inside of DOMO, but you also have the ability to federate that data, so you can keep your data in your existing data warehouses if you like. In this instance, SQL Server, in this instance, BigQuery, or Snowflake. So if you have existing data warehouses and you're thinking, I don't want to change that, no problem. Let's keep the data there, but we can federate that data and then start bringing the visualizations into DOMO. So your data is staying where it is, or you can bring it into DOMO. We have a multi-cloud approach, so it's very much what's easy for our customers, what makes sense for our customers, what's providing our customers better value. And we're going to use that, and we're going to do that to keep our data wherever they prefer. Now how we bring that data in is through these connection methods up the top here. So if I go into our connector library, I mentioned we've got over 1,000 connectors in here. So all you need to do is search for the platform you're using. In this case, say it's Salesforce. Click on that particular Salesforce connector, input your credentials, and then the tables and data starts flowing in. That's how simple it is. Whatever that platform is in your business, we can bring that data in. If there is no pre-built connector, we can use other methods to get that data in, whether it's our JSON connector. We can bring that data in that way. We can bring it in through our secure file transfer protocols as well. So don't be too alarmed if you don't find a DOMO connector, because there's millions of ways in which we can bring that data in. And of course, you can build your own connectors as well.
So that's step one. I've got to mention, obviously, everyone still loves using Excel. I'm not judging you. Everyone still does it. For our business KPIs, for our questions that we want to answer as a business. So that's step one. Now once you've connected your data, they're going to be in these little shells outside. So it's stored in a nice, secure environment. And then step three, well, that was step two, then step three is now cleaning and transforming that data. So there's obviously, we've got, SQL for those coders that want to use SQL to clean up that data. But we also have a unique interface known as Magic ETL. And it is truly magic. Anyone is able to come in and do whatever they want within a drag. Here on the left-hand side, so you can literally bring in whatever you want. In this case, I'm going to bring in two source platforms, combine it together to produce an output data set that I want to use for reporting. So I do all my website activity on Adobe. So I'm going to bring in my Adobe Analytics, which I connected on in the previous step. And then I run all my marketing campaigns from Eloqua. So I'm going to bring in that data as well. Now, all I want to do is join those two tables together. So I'm going to find my join key or join tile, and combine, and join that data up. Now, there's also, if you want to do further things to that data, you've got the elements there. You've got R Python scripting files that you can also bring in and copy in the code and go from there. Let's just do something simple for the purposes of today. Now, on the right-hand side, it's telling me exactly what I need to do. So it's very easy for non-technical people like myself. I'm not a technical person by any means. I don't have a double degree in data or even a single degree in data. But I'm still go in and create a data set that I can do some reporting off the top of. So I just want to bring in these two data sets. I want to join on a common column, say in this case date, and then produce a new output data set. Just following the instructions I have on the right-hand side. And that's it. And then it's telling me to save my flow, save my data set. Okay. Kabil loves Bangalore. Beautiful. Add a data flow name, marketing campaign. And then I save and I run that. Now, set this up once, that's it. You don't have to worry about doing this every running in the background every time. I'm going to set it up where anytime data sets are updated in either platform. So if anything changes, rows are added or anything changing from my marketing campaign tables, that's automatically running in the background. So I don't have to come back and tinker with this. And I run that. And that's done. I've created a simple flow. Obviously, this is a very basic example, and it does get very complex from there, but the whole idea is we want to promote self-service. We want to promote the end users being able to have a tool that they can take action off that data. Now, once that data set is run and complete, which typically takes a couple of seconds, but you've got the hotel Wi-Fi running, then, right, done. So that's done. And it tells you how many times that data is loaded, how successful, any failures, any successes. And then you want to now, with that data, start creating visualizations. So I want to go back to that data, go back to my data, and then spit out a visualization. So here's Kabil loves Bangalore, and he truly does. Food here is amazing. Actually, when the traffic sucks, but everything else is amazing. It took me 4 hours to get from the airport yesterday. Now, oh yes, so I've got my data set, great. What you can do here with your data set is you can start sharing it. I've created it, but I've got people on my team that would absolutely love this data set. So I want to give it to them. Hey, Stuart, here you go. Here's the marketing campaign. Hey, Reese. Bang. And now I can start writing a message, whatever, type it in. So now they've also got access to this data set and they can edit or they can change it. They can do whatever permission I give them to. I'm the owner, but I'm giving other people access to this data set so they can start doing things from there as well. Now, let's create a visualization. So the easy thing about creating visualizations with DOMO is first it spits out what it thinks is the best chart. There's no data in it. Okay. Whoops. Go back. Okay. Okay. Data didn't load in. Good. Let's go back to another data set. Build marketing campaign. Maybe you can build.
like few of the things, like people, not everyone must be able to understand this graph, right? So for that, DOMO comes with something called, insights, right? So let me just pull this. So I may not be able to understand this graph because it is trying to tell something, but I don't really understand what it tries to tell. But DOMO Insights, you can see the right hand side corner, you can find the analysis, right? It gives you the wordings. People can read that and understand what this particular chart is telling, right? That is a beautiful one, because not everyone can understand this particular graph. Not everyone, right? So this might be the interesting factor for people who are not from the analytics background, who doesn't know to understand any kind of visuals. And also, sometimes I may not like this particular chart. This is not, maybe it's messy. I don't want to use it. And user gets the capability to choose their own type of charts. You can find only maybe this particular tool gives us hundreds or thousands of combinations of visuals. So you can see in this bar chart itself, you can find different bar charts, and you can choose in the real time and you can visualize it. Yeah, you click on it, you'll be able to look at in different charts. So this is something innovative, right? So they tried and brought to the table, and people can easily understand what is going in their business, and different. So this particular chart may not give you the right information, and different chart would give. So at the end of the day, people have to understand what is going in the business. So DOMO is capable of giving end-to-end solution. And also when it comes to data warehousing, right? Data warehousing, and it is giving you a 3-dimensional view. Yeah. So this particular layout personally impressed me, because I know what is happening in my business. So if I just click on any of these visuals, I'll get to know from which particular data source the data is coming in. So you can see Google BigQuery, and there is a API connector, and there is Vertica and Jupyter data. There are 4 different data. It is flowing inside this warehouse, and that is how this particular data set has been created. So people can easily understand. And if I one click, it tells you what is happening, what is there in that particular table. So how many people have access, and what kind of activities are happening on top of this particular data. And also there is something called lineage. People who have the technical expertise must understand what kind of transformation I made on this particular data. So there are multiple transformations. There are 4 different data sources. On top of this, I did multiple transformations, and last it is created as a data set. It is pushed to the final table, and where people can use it. So this gives us the end-to-end access of where you are pulling data from, and what kind of transformations you are doing on that particular data, and what kind of visualizations you created, and you can collaborate with people. And the beautiful part is you can embed this particular data, visualization dashboards in any of the tools or applications that you are using. So you can embed this one into your business application. It is mobile configurable. It is directly, you can access this using mobile phones and get notifications and run your business without any problem. So that's the beauty of this. So yeah, maybe we are open for questions. Maybe people must have technical expertise. They must want to ask questions, right? We are open for questions. Yes, please.
See, I'm Anandan. Can we have a user management within the data? Can you give a limited access to particular sets of array for particular users that can be managed in this tool?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's what we but you want full access. Say, employee salaries, right? You don't want everyone to see that type of information. Only HR manager can see that. So you can set those PDB policies by groups. Say, HR team only can see this data set. So when they log in, they have access to that. And when, say, someone from sales or marketing logs in, they can't see the table, they can't see the visualization, they can't see the dashboard. So you can do that at a group level and even down to individual level as well.
Yeah, the same dashboard myself and Kapil are accessing. You'll be seeing different data and I'll be seeing different data. Depends on my access levels. So we call it as row level securities. That is pretty much available because that is the core part of it. So it's yes.
Hi. Is this the only interface or which has been shared between developers as well as business users?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Is this the only interface where both developers and business users share?
Yes, so you've got the one interface, but business users could have a different level of access. So you have 5 different user profiles, from full admin access to privileged editors, view-only access. So developers, they might get access to the back end of the platform, whereas a business user only access the front end of the platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Sanjeev from Seminal Software. What kind of capabilities are related to this machine learning that has been incorporated here?
Good question. And look, data science is not my forte, but we partnered with Amazon SageMaker and we produced AutoML. So there's a functionality inside of the tool there called machine learning. But look, happy to connect you with one of our solutions consultants who can go through that in more detail with you. But there is 100% machine learning capabilities inside of it. We as a business often look at that as more of a secondary consideration. First, let's get all the data in there first. Let's do all the basic stuff. Then let's build the AI, ML models inside of there. There's also like R, Python scripting, predictions, clustering inside of the ETL. So you starts to spit out those results. And AutoML, but happy to set up a separate session.
Yeah, having said this, so it comes with its own basic AI ML capabilities, and which can be directly configurable. You just load your data and the visualization is ready, and your predictions are ready, and you can forecast data. That is freely available. You don't have to put additional effort for it, and there are proven solutions are already built here. On top of this, if you want to kind of embed your own scripts or you want to run your own algorithms, you are allowed to use Python and R scripting embedded inside this. And even when it comes to data cleaning also, you can use Python and R scripting. You don't have to come for the visualization. You can, once you load the data, even before loading the data, you can write your scripting and you can load the data and fine tune your data, and you can have in the data set itself, you can have the predictions ready before you visualize it. That kind of capabilities are free defined and it's available.
Yes. Yeah. How easy it is, because one use case I'll give, because I got one assignment wherein just on the name of like Aadhaar database we are working with, and only based on the particular name we need to just give a report like which caste he belongs to. Okay, so only by the name we need to define the caste, right? How easy it is with your tool we can achieve this task?
Now, yeah, text analytics, right? So we have algorithms, we have predefined algorithms, we have Python libraries where we can, get this done using that. And it is very straightforward. You load the data and you have packages directly you can install as part of this particular, because we have Python packages, right? So we can install that and we can start using that packages. Through this, we'll be able to achieve this. It is, couple of clicks away. It's that easy it is in DOMO.
Okay, we'll have a separate session as you told. Yeah, I don't want to deviate from this. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, this is Push, and thanks for sharing the info about DOMO. So I understood that yes, it got data warehousing capability, and it got a connectors as well as analytics, right? So, but I have certain questions when come to the connectors, right?
Yep.
In the market, there are multiple tools available for the connections alone. Okay, so because of each and every tool, it's not able to meet the criteria or need of the data. Okay, when you want to pull the data. I have seen that actually you have used Eloqua and other Oracle platforms as well, so and you are pulling the data. For example, Oracle itself having ODI and OCI, and Oracle has even other connectors to pull the data. Okay, but here I found there is only one connector. Okay, there could be a file-based integration. There could be a kind of data event-based. Okay, you can pull the data. What is the capability? Okay, how much of data it can pull? What is the capability of this tool? Yeah.
Sure. So I'll just put up Oracle for example here, right? So there's different connectors that we have just for Oracle. Also, what I failed to mention as well, we also have write-back connectors. So you can always write this back into the source systems itself. Now, the solutions consultants and the technical consultants, they will work with you to understand where is that data currently housed and what's the best way to extract that information. We extract everything in flat files and bring that data in. But again, what is the specific data that you want extracted? And they will be able to go in and get that data out from whichever Oracle platform you're using. Again, if the connector is not here, don't worry. There are millions of ways of getting that data. Previously, it was just DOMO team building connectors for our customers. Now we've opened up that library so our customers can actually build the connectors themselves. As long as there's some sort of open API, we can get that data.
Okay, why my question was behind. So each and every ping there is a cost involved. So we cannot recommend all the data for real-time interface, right? That's the reason my question was. So what is the capability of this?
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just to touch on that as well, with DOMO, there's no cost on querying that data and how often you query that data. So that's one of the big value adds. I know other warehousing tools cost on compute and how often that's queried. With DOMO, you don't have to worry about that. Yes.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Excuse me. Yeah, I come from a healthcare background. So how secured is my data on your SaaS?
Look, security, again, not my strong point, but we work with government agencies, we work with banking institutions. Security is very big for DOMO, right? Like I can send you all of our trust documents and around our security.
No, if you just say it's secure,
yeah.
It takes care of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes care of itself. It's all, even though it's on the cloud, it's completely secure, GDPR compliant, PII compliant. Yeah.
Is it HIPAA compliant? I mean, because
HIPAA compliant.
Yes.
HIPAA compliant. So yeah, SOC 2, all those little acronyms that we have. Yeah.
Does every customer has a different compartment on your cloud, or it's all
It's
shared?
a multi-cloud framework. So it's DOMO's proprietary architecture, but underneath the covers, it's AWS. Yeah. So underneath the hoods, it's all AWS servers with DOMO's architecture built on top.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Yeah, having said this, AWS is running behind the scenes. So whatever the data security implementations there for AWS all applies to DOMO also, because it sits on top of AWS engine. So security has been addressed and it is highly secured. So they are, they say 4 layers of security implementation. So we also follow that.
What are the embedding or integration options that are available?
Yeah, absolutely. So embedding, which I actually didn't touch on, is a very big part of the platform. So you can do a full private or public embed. So you can embed complete dashboards or just a single card onto any sort of website, application, mobile app, wherever you want to take it. A lot of our favorite customers, they're embedding everywhere and anywhere, and that's how they're getting value out of the tool. And then almost you can monetize that back to your customers as well. So there's your instant ROI back on the platform. So yeah, private, public embed. We do a lot of public embed for COVID-19, like you touched on earlier. government websites where they're tracking COVID-19, bringing in data sources from everywhere and publicly embedding that. So, yeah, we can do both private and public.
Thank you.
No worries.
I have one question. Madhva, is there separate plans for SMEs and large enterprises related to the previous question? Because that's one area where we see that pricing suddenly, changes to a different level the moment to bring in a large amount of data.
Yeah, so I was about to come to that particular point. Thank you so much for asking this question. So it is a complimentary from GWC. We wanted to introduce a subscription model for the people who are from MSMEs, so that they don't have to invest for the instance, they don't have to invest for the setup, and there is nothing to be invested from the customer side. GWC will own it, and how many users gonna use it, right? For example, if from a company, okay, for that company only 4 users we need, they can subscribe. So we'll be completely reducing. You'll not be investing, in lakhs together. So we'll try to size that, and we'll try to bring that to the market with the partnership that we have with DOMO.
Thank you.
The next aspect is performance, right? So everyone, people who are already into the industries, they must know, if they open a report, a dashboard, if it takes maybe a minute to open, people will not be interested. And there are reports and dashboard takes hours to open, right? Because one button click, it will be keep loading, and there are a lot of performance issues, right? But with DOMO, you will be amazed that that's the only reason which attracted me to go towards DOMO and get partnered with DOMO, because it is on top of AWS. DOMO uses its ALML algorithm to bring this performance to the table. So because of these reasons, the performance is really solid, and you don't have to wait hours together to get your data ready. Couple of button clicks, you will be getting your data, and the performance wise, DOMO dominates than any other tool in the market in the BA space.
Was any questions online? Anyone chat?
Anyone from online?
No? Any other questions from anyone in here? I'll be around all day anyway, so feel free to grab me, Naveen, anyone from the GWC team. I just want to say, Naveen's doing an amazing job, just getting this out to MSMEs and doing his work with regional parts of India, and bringing employees in from people that don't really get opportunities otherwise. I often relate this back to cricket, all the people that, if they didn't get the opportunity like Mohammad Siraj or Thangarasu Natarajan, right? Couldn't even buy his own shoes, and now he's representing India. And Naveen is opening doors for these people, and that's why it gives me great pleasure to be working with him. And it's, I start to get emotional when I start to think about the work he's doing, and I'm very excited to be partnering with GWC on this journey. So excited to be here speaking to all of you guys. And I hope this is the first of many conversations we have. So thank you so much for inviting me into your home, and I'm sure I can come back if you let me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, from morning, people are talking so much high about us. It is not that. This is our journey. We started, and we love to do this, and we are doing it. And people are talking so much high. Maybe they are so humble with us. It is not that case. But for MSMEs, when we started talking to them, right? So the main problem is they don't have data. They don't produce data, because all are legacy systems. So that's where we wanted to bring IoT devices, IoT modules, which are customized and which are readily available, and our team is working on Python scripting to get this done for the people. And also how to structure this data. It is not going to be easy, right? So we're gonna address that also. We're gonna equip the companies how to prepare the data, how to maintain data, and everything would be taken care. So that's what we are trying to address. Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and let's see where we can take it to the next level.
Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you so much. If there are any further questions?
நான் தமிழ்ல பேசலாம் மேடம். It's not
So,
that good.
you can tell about your background also. People must be interested to know.
Okay. So parents are from Sri Lanka, from Jaffna, so up north, so Tamilan. I was born in London, moved to Sydney at a young age. So konja Tamil pesa theriyum, kuda Tamil pesa theriyadu. The verena. இப்படி சும்மா தமிழை கருப்பாம
No, I can't understand your Tamil.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think this our time for lunch. We can break for lunch, right? People must be hungry. I don't want to kind of.
பருப்பு, கீரை, கத்திரிக்காய், சாம்பார், பூசணிக்காய். Any பூசணிக்காய், Naveen? No?
You are there, right? You are telling this to me.
Sorry?
You are telling this to me, actually.
Okay,
yeah.
right. No problem.
So thanks everyone for this session, and we'll get back after lunch. So after lunch, what we're going to see is specific use cases which is addressing retail, healthcare, and manufacturing.
Yeah.
You people must be interested, right? People from retail industries, they must be interested to what is happening, what kind of sales, what kind of profit, and where we are leaking our money. So these things and all we try to address. So we have someone from CSS Corp by name Senthil. He's going to address this kind of problems. How they solved the purpose, how they implemented DOMO for their business, how they had the success in their business. That's what we're going to discuss after the lunch. Yeah, meet you all after the lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
ನೋಡಿ ಇದು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಇದೇ ಮೇನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ
just want to understand the things and then I can talk to others. So I thought let me come and architect. Traveling to come here.
Thank you so much.
I was supposed to go to Bangalore, I said I postponed.
Okay. I came from Delhi yesterday too. We should have got the same flight. I was in Indigo. Indigo. No traffic. Very nice.
ಭಯ್ಯ ಉದರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್
ಇರಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಳಕೋ ಹಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತೊಳಿ ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ
ಬರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕರಿಂದ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇನ್ಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ ಯಾವುದು
ये सामने
Usually
visualize and derive actions from data that we just didn't even have a grasp on before.
Danaher is ranked number 150 on the Fortune 500. Very large company, $20 billion in revenue, 65,000 associates operating in virtually every country across the world. Our operating model is that we let their brands be front and center in terms of working with customers and their partners.
Hawk develops innovative solutions used to test the quality of water. Our mission is to ensure water quality for people around the world.
The Hawk company produces water analytic devices. We make water analysis simpler. There's 785 million people that don't have clean drinking water and sanitation. We ask people why they work here. It's a bigger mission than just the monetary and revenue rewards that come from that. So DOMO really helps us do that.
We have campaign managers and our whole marketing team is global. We needed to be able to get real-time results of what was happening with our business to all of those people, regardless of where they were sitting. We needed to make sure we were all looking at the same information.
Much of our data is found in our ERP system, is also in Google Analytics, Conductor for search engine, our CRM, Excel, some of those pieces that we can combine together.
And we were able to automate all of those processes. Data's real time. We can go into a simple interface and see all of our KPIs. And because of that, we've been able to eliminate meetings and become much more efficient.
One way that we use DOMO is we look and see what's in the sales funnel based on our marketing leads. If we're not on target to hit that, we can make the decision 2 weeks before month end to actually make a difference and potentially hit our target. In the past, we wouldn't know until the month was over where we stood, and we couldn't pull those levers to make that happen.
So for the VP dashboard, some of the key metrics that we're after, KPIs, are e-commerce sales across the globe and understanding how we are impacting the market in Google and Bing and those other search engines. So giving them access to how we're performing at a high level, at a macro level, is important to aggregate that up into that dashboard.
My absolute favorite thing about DOMO is that it brings the data to life in a very creative way. I'm kind of an analyst of analysts, and we think the whole world should think in rows and columns. But as it turns out, like 95% of the world thinks in words and pictures. And DOMO is really one of the strongest applications at being able to take data and bring it to life through pictures so that it makes sense to people that aren't necessarily deeply embedded in numbers and rows and columns.
So DOMO gives us the real-time results that we need. We can see at any time how many leads we're generating, what those leads are doing, if they're turning into opportunities or not, and then if those opportunities are turning into revenue.
We have a lot of marketing initiatives that drive email to landing pages and landing pages to product pages, and then we're looking for conversion. DOMO really helps us do that in a very automated fashion.
We have that at a glance, at our fingertips at a moment's notice.
People are freed up their time to manage the business versus trying to figure out how to measure it.
Is a manufacturer of tile. We sell or source 1 out of every 3 tiles in the US. In total, Dow Tile has about $2.5 billion in sales, and we cover the US, Canada, Mexico, and also Brazil. 9 months after I started, we were going live with SAP, so we were moving off of JD Edwards, partially at least, and then moving to SAP. And so we were promised by IT that we were going to have a new solution in place when it came. And when we launched with SAP, we had no management reporting at all. And so we looked at 15 different BI tools. all the big ones, so Tableau, Microsoft Power BI, and how I found Domo was actually a LinkedIn ad that popped up, and so we went with Domo because it's a fully integrated product and platform. We use it in finance, we use it in manufacturing, we use it in sales, logistics, we've done custom apps, we've done custom connectors, and the thing that I love about Domo is it's democratizing data across the enterprise. Some of the power of Domo that we've been able to do, we actually run on 3 different ERP systems. So we have SAP as our main system of record, but we also still use JD Edwards for some things, and we also use Oracle in Mexico. And we've been able to use a lot of different data tools inside of Domo to combine the data together, and it's been really powerful. We have 300 stores that sell tile to contractors. And every day the store managers get a scheduled report. It's in their inbox by the time they get to work, and they can look at, okay, how's my business doing? What are my margins? What are my sales doing? How much in orders did I have in the backlog? This information before was in probably 10 different places, and it wasn't looking, and now it's all in one consolidated, concise, scheduled report in the morning, and then you can click through and actually go analyze the business. And so we empowered users to get to the information they need on their own without requiring special requests and different reports. And so the power of even a single card that they can see their sales and margin data and customer information in a single card was more than anything they've had in the past.
Is a company that provides users with their credit score and report completely for free. We're in 3 markets. We started in the United Kingdom in July 2015, and since then we've also launched in South Africa and in August of last year. Pre-Domo we had a fairly homegrown data infrastructure. I mean, it was typical sort of startup. So we had things like daily reporting, but these were fairly basic, and they were starting to sprawl out of control, just lots of little graphs that people didn't really understand. There wasn't the understanding of the importance of using data throughout the organization. We're using Domo today as a sort of constant monitoring tool and a way to share data across the organization. So it covers all of our markets, it covers all the different areas of the site, and it's enabled us to get really deep down into the data, to be able to spot trends, to keep an eye on what's happening. And in the last couple of months, we've also started to introduce different sources of data. So not just through connectors, but also metadata that we have in our own internal systems. I really don't think you can underestimate the amount that it has helped to increase coverage of data across the business and understanding of it. Straight away, I can get up and look at exactly what happened in the business yesterday and what's been happening this month. So now I'm able to spend my time doing the stuff which I actually do well. So all the data sciencey things, so getting to spend more time doing credit risk modeling and building eligibility models for our users, so that our users, say, out in South Africa and India, they finally have a sense of which credit products they can apply for, which ones they're going to get. Being able to make a real tangible difference to our users, particularly in less developed markets, is incredible, because there you're really making such a strong difference.
Apria is historically a respiratory company.
Our mission is to improve the quality of life of patients at home.
There's a focus on patient health. There's a focus on getting people out of the hospital.
What makes us unique is that we are going into the home to help people that I say need help breathing, sleeping, or getting air in some other way. When I first joined Apria, we lived in many, many spreadsheets.
People were getting information however they can get it. Whether it was in spreadsheets, whether it was teeing the request up to 3 or 4 different individuals, see who comes back with something first.
It just was highly inefficient. So we just got used to that level of inefficiency, and then Domo came.
We vetted DOMO against other software companies.
It allowed us to do things on a daily basis that we weren't able to do before.
The biggest benefit we've seen is we've been able to put information in an automated manner in front of people where that information just didn't exist before.
It was simple, it was easy to adapt, it let people get in and start to utilize the tool.
Everybody can talk about the same data versus kind of compare and contrast and fight to whose data is better.
The ability to really know what's going on a moment-to-moment basis helps you avoid pain. We've been able to course correct in real time.
We actually now have key information, whereas a couple years ago we were out seeking it, trying to find it, turning over every stone, sending out emails to 3 or 4 different analysts saying, hey, I really need to see this key piece of information. Can somebody chase this down for me? I think that culture has dramatically shifted. We know with DOMO we can set it and forget it.
DOMO allows us to understand our business. It provides immediate access that was never available before.
It's like having a finger on the pulse, and it's a continuous pulse.
Now there's one version of the truth, and we're able to work the data as opposed to have the data work us.
My name is Brandon Ancuda. I work at Zillow Group, part of the enterprise applications team. We manage all internal applications that keep the business running. One of the first challenges that we had faced rolling back a few months when we were evaluating solutions is we had a process for our media business where we're serving ads on multiple platforms, but we had members of various operations teams pulling this data manually, sending reports to revenue accountants, them just compiling spreadsheets, pivoting, doing different functions, just a lot of manual touch, a lot of room for error. And we needed something that could connect to all of these platforms, bring the data down to one place, do some calculations and spit out a CSV file, and that's exactly what DOMO did. We have data going back and forth between ERP systems and billing systems and Salesforce, for instance, and Zora. Those are the systems we use, and we have custom solutions that go in between, and sometimes they fail, and we need to know, and we need to see trends in that, and we've leveraged DOMO to see those trends. I never thought I would get so giddy about data. I always liked data, I always was a Power Excel user, and I've always used Microsoft SQL Server Studio for cracking into databases and whatnot. But DOMO removes all of that and just puts it at your fingertips without having to get messy. Some people prefer that, but DOMO just makes getting to your end goal, which is transforming the data, a lot faster. Connecting, transforming, and then producing a result in a very minutiae amount of time.
So Vino Mofo are an online wine retailer, but with a difference. They take the snobbery out of the wine industry. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. It's definitely more than number crunching. There's a lot of analysis. It's also making sure everyone's got access to the data that they need, how they want it, and more importantly, when they want it. The key challenge that we faced was all our data was basically held captive behind the website. So anytime we wanted some information, we were basically at the beck and call of our engineering team. DOMO has liberated the data out of their hands into everyone else's hands, and that's exactly what we wanted. What we've really engaged with strongly is the buzz feature within DOMO, so we collaborate a lot within DOMO as a team to gain insights from certain anomalies or something that's interesting, and the fact that it's within DOMO means we've got a history, it's not just lost via email or in conversation. We're using DOMO a lot to analyse how best to market to our customers. We're trying to take more of a personalised approach instead of just like a one-size-fits-all A really interesting example where we've used DOMO has been to really deep dive into customer churn, and we were able to analyse who were the customers not repeat purchasing, and then they're the ones that we obviously target to try and re-engage. In this fast-paced e-commerce environment, we've got competitors popping up left, right and centre. We have to absolutely be on the ball and be targeting and marketing correctly to our customers. And also, if we don't have these insights, then we'll lose our engagement from our existing customer base. Churn will increasingly become a problem. So it's really pivotal, actually. It's critical. I'd say the biggest benefit is we're able to have more information at our fingertips to make more informed decisions, which is absolutely necessary for the next level of growth for the business. If we didn't have DOMO, we would definitely be living in the past.
Univision is the leading content and telecommunications company that's targeted towards the Hispanic market in the US.
We've been serving this market for over 50 years. Today we are a powerhouse that is not only linear, it is radio, it is local television, and it is digital.
Univision has thousands of employees across the country working on national and local television and digital properties.
For us, New York City is the microcosm of the world, where you've got all these different cultures and diverse people all in one place.
As I think about New York City and media, it is the center of the universe. So before we engaged with DOMO, we had data, but not a lot of opportunity to understand the data and dig into that.
We were trying to figure out how to drive as much revenue as possible through this new function of programmatic advertising at the company.
With the integration of DOMO, we were able to analyze the data in a way that we've never done that before.
As soon as we got DOMO launched, we were making business decisions right away. We were looking at how we were doing internationally versus US, by platform. All of that combined let us decide how do we focus our sales team to go sell programmatic advertising.
DOMO has allowed us to improve our yield significantly, but more importantly, grow our revenues.
We use it as a tool to make better decisions, and that's improving our revenue by 40-50% every year.
The three best parts about DOMO include that it was incredibly quick and easy to launch. We were able to aggregate all the granular data very quickly, and it's extremely customizable even by non-technical people.
I would say at this point in time, it's largely consumed on my phone.
The mobile app is actually really helpful for me on a daily basis. If I'm in a meeting talking to an executive or talking to an advertiser about their performance, I can pull up my phone, get the information really quickly. It's a matter of seconds.
Obviously, it's gone on to senior leadership, and executive management is now using it. It can be part of all of our revenue streams, not just the programmatic side of the business. So I think that's where the future of DOMO can be at Univision.
When you sit across the table and you share food, it's this very communal experience. And when you've created it yourself, it's even more meaningful to them. And so that's really the experience that we're creating. That's what Traeger does. I remember the first time I sat down with our CFO. Every time I would ask for some sort of a report, he would say, give me a week or two. I said, no, like, I need it right now.
Systems were broken, data was all over the place. That in part informed bad decisions. It just didn't work.
If the CEO doesn't get a report for a week or two, how's anyone building their business without access to data?
Traeger had dozens of data sources, and they all need to be pulled together. With our Adrenaline technology, we were able to handle huge amounts of data with low query time.
As soon as the data was into DOMO, we came in, made 3 or 4 tweaks, and they started taking off from there.
We have Salesforce, we've got our ERP, we've got Google Analytics, our shopping cart. It really brings all of that data into one location without requiring extensive support from IT.
Using tools like the Workbench, we could set it all up once. We can connect it directly to our ERP, and it was all automated. It really allows us to see everything before it became an issue and before it impacted the customer, and solve problems before they hit anybody else.
We've started using different scheduled
reports. Tools like Beast Mode will allow you to look for certain criteria pretty quickly. And the Magic ETL makes it super easy to transform data into whatever you need. What it really means is you have the power of SQL without having to understand the language.
What's great about DOMO is what we couldn't accomplish with the previous BI tool, we were able to establish in a week.
We set alerts across many different data points in the business. Let's say my product cost is trending higher in China than it should be. Immediately, we get an alert. What access to data has allowed people to do is see a problem, see an opportunity, and when they're empowered, it gives them the ability to act for themselves.
When we started talking to them and saying, where are you guys using DOMO? Their easier question to ask us was, where are we not using DOMO?
I was hooked the first time I opened the app on my phone. Real time, anywhere in the world, in my back pocket, I had access. I wake up in the morning, I look at my DOMO app, I know 100 things that have happened to the business while I have been sleeping.
The best parts of our day are spending time in DOMO, like exploring data, new ways to understand that data, and then visualize that data so that we can add value across the organization.
When there's a question that needs to be answered, it's assumed it's going to be answered through DOMO.
We use data to make decisions. That's culturally who we are. What DOMO has done for me as a CEO is decide, what do I have to know? What is the data that I need to be well-spoken in a meeting to help make decisions, and how do I get to that concise data quickly? If I'm spending all of my time in meetings trying to access data, I can't be a great CEO.
Save the Children's an organization that's been around a long time, about 100 years, and we do three things. We want to make sure that every child is healthy and survives to 5, that every child has a high-quality basic education, and that all kids are protected from harm. The project we're doing with DOMO right now is around our child sponsorship program, and it's basically matching people all around the world who want to sponsor kids, also all around the world, and trying to get that data synced up so we know where are the sponsors and where are the children who are ready to be sponsored, and putting that information together and then allowing our team to track that information across like 20 countries around the world. I think our partnership with DOMO has so many possibilities. One of the things we were talking about today was, can we do a better job of understanding in each country where we work where the most marginalized kids are? So where are the most kids dying? Where are the most kids that are out of school? Where are the most kids that are in child labor? All the things that Save the Children wants to do something about. And then being able to share that not only amongst our team, but also with governments, with donors, with lots of other people who, when they see that information, will see that we're actually not getting to the kids that need it most. I think this whole DOMO for Good piece is a great example of what's really important for Save the Children and has been for the last decade, which is how do we partner with companies who have skills that we'll never have. We know how to reach children, we know how to save children, but we don't know how to do so many other things. And when it comes to data and how you use that and how you work in the digital space, for example, we really don't have those skills. So how do we partner with companies that do have those skills? And I think that's where DOMO for Good, it's not just about DOMO's skill set, but it's about all of their customers and bringing all of that to bear for poor kids around the world.
My name is Daniel Rabner. I'm the Associate Director of Business Operations at Nativo. We go in and we talk to all the various heads of our operations departments, our sales departments, our financial team, and we talk to them about what kind of workflows and work processes do they want to see streamlined with data, what different data sources are they using, and how we can kind of combine that. Before using DOMO, I wasn't able to say, do an inventory, supply and demand analysis at a device level because the data set just became too large. I can either do it at a placement level for our company or I could do it at a device level. I couldn't do both at the same time. Depending on the report, it could take hours, sometimes a day, just because of either timing out, it's just stressing our reporting system. But because now we have like the magic ETLs, for example, we've already automated all these processes and they're just adding one extra day of data every day to the data set automatically. One of the biggest business outcomes that we've had is particularly on our publisher side where we've seen a huge reduction in broken selectors. Now, a broken selector for our businesses, if a selector is broken, we can't serve an ad on it. So every time that something's broken, that's a lost monetization opportunity to our publishers and to us. So we've reduced that probably by about 50% since we started last year. I'd say that my favorite thing about DOMO is the fact that when I go into a room with people that are versed in the data that we're going to be talking about, the first 10-15 minutes isn't me explaining where the data came from, what it is, what it means. It's going straight into what's the problem that we've identified and how are we going to solve it. So it makes meetings far more productive than they were before. And everybody's aligned in what we're talking about because everyone trusts the data that they're looking at.
I am the Business Intelligence and Data Manager at La-Z-Boy. Every day I go to work and I work with all departments. So HR, finance, accounting, logistics, S&OP, and we really just help continue to build that brand. We use DOMO for everything, really. It's great, and today we're actually doing more with understanding the data and where that's coming from. Our CEO, a couple of years ago, he even said that if you want more money in your budget, prove it with data. So it definitely gets people more on board with the tool. And as a second phase, we're actually querying our initial source systems in addition to the ones that are actually feeding DOMO to make sure the data matches, make sure that people have confidence in that data. I really like DOMO's ease of use, and not just for our business members, but even for our technical members. I like that you still have the ability to do R. You can still write SQL directly in it. I think it helps actually bring IT into the conversation a bit more. The greatest value that I see really in using DOMO with the cards and the pages is you're not just monitoring the health of the business anymore. You're not taking random numbers from 5 different Excel spreadsheets and trying to figure out, okay, we're doing okay. It's actually right in front of you. So having something that you have data available for the health of the business, and then if you actually want to start doing more advanced analytics, you have that base. But you need that foundation to start with. If you don't have the foundation, you can't build upon it. You can actually look at one page. I can tell you how the financials are doing. I can tell you how things are moving through the plant. I can tell you things that are shipped out. I can tell you how long it takes to get from that factory to the customer in one area. And I think that really it's a whole new world.
The mission statement is very, very simple. It's health is all we do.
The real driver at Jefferson and what we're trying to do to make us different is that we're focused on innovation. So I'm a nurse with a business degree, but I am an IT geek and I love to work with IT. We recognize that our emergency department needed improvement based on some patient feedback. The big problem was we couldn't figure out exactly what was happening because our data was so old. There are some diseases that the faster you treat them, the better their outcomes are going to be.
So when you're diagnosed with cancer, the first thing you want to do is really fix it.
The speed at which you can get treatment is critical.
In healthcare, that process is a little more complex than it needs to be.
And so with DOMO, we were able to make some changes. We were able to change staffing, change our processes, and really be able to spend time with our patients and provide the care that they really needed.
We were able to bring down the amount of time it takes to get insurance authorization for a chemo appointment from 22 days to about 3.5 days on average.
Patients used to wait almost an hour to see a provider, and now we average about 19 minutes. Our left without being seen rate was higher than the national average. It was probably around 4.5% to 5%, and now it's down to 0.8% on average.
After DOMO, we've been able to do not just analytics rapidly, intuitively, and in a self-service kind of way, but also been able to use it as a prototyping platform to help us create new software, new services, new data displays very, very quickly.
There's a lot of questions out there that we didn't even know needed answering. My favorite thing about DOMO is the variety of graphs and cards you're able to build with it.
And with DOMO, I'm able to sit in my office and instantly see if we're having a bad day or a good day. I don't have to look at stagnant reports.
The ED is performing at any point in time, and also to detect anomalies. So for example, you're seeing a great example of an anomaly here. LWBS is left without being seen, and you can see a kind of normal trend. There isn't a lot of fluctuation here. There is some, but there's a huge anomaly on this day.
Working with DOMO is a turnkey solution.
The data is prepared for me, and it's very easy to use.
DOMO is helping us improve the quality of care for our patients, and also helping us get to our goal of saving lives.
One of the things that I like about cargo as a whole is cargo doesn't complain. The shirts that you're wearing or the shoes that I'm wearing is being shipped from somewhere. DHL is a global logistics company that provide not only movement of packages but also warehouse and distribution. We are a global company located over 200 countries, and we employ about 500,000 employees worldwide.
Our business model involves temperature-controlled pharmaceutical logistics. Temperature matters to pharmaceutical shipping particularly because certain pharmaceutical goods or biological goods can lose their potency if they don't stay within the required temperature range. So if they go out of that range and they lose their potency, that could be devastating for somebody who's relying on that medicine.
We collect ambient temperature throughout the supply chain of that specific package, and we gather that data and we store it in our database. In the past, it would used to take me a week to get the data, clean up the data, put the data in an Excel file, create some pivot tables, and provide that information to our team. Now, with DOMO, it provides us in a fingertip all the data in our dashboards.
Before DOMO, we weren't really able to analyze it. So with DOMO, we're able to combine them however we want to. We pull all the data into DOMO, and then we're able to manipulate it as we need to. It's almost inconceivable how much more we can do with DOMO than what we could do before.
The favorite thing about DOMO is the visualization. It's really intuitive. It provides a snapshot of what I need to know, not only in the high level, but also on the lower level.
With DOMO, we're able to see data in a way that we couldn't see it before. We were restricted to the ways we could report before, and the volume of data that we had couldn't be handled by Excel. So absolutely with DOMO, we're able to visualize and derive actions from data that we just didn't even have a grasp on before.
Danaher is ranked number 150 on the Fortune 500. Very large company, $20 billion in revenue, 65,000 associates operating in virtually every country across the world. Our operating model is that we let their brands be front and center in terms of working with customers and their partners.
Hawk develops innovative solutions used to test the quality of water. Our mission is to ensure water quality for people around the world.
The Hot Company produces water analytic devices. We make water analysis simpler. There's 785 million people that don't have clean drinking water and sanitation. We ask people why they work here. It's a bigger mission than just the monetary and revenue rewards that come from that. So DOMO really helps us do that.
We have campaign managers and our whole marketing team is global. We needed to be able to get real-time results of what was happening with our business to all of those people. Regardless of where they were sitting, we needed to make sure we were all looking at the same information.
Much of our data is found in our ERP system, is also in Google Analytics, Conductor for search engine, our CRM, Excel, some of those pieces that we can combine together.
And we were able to automate all of those processes. Data's real time. We can go into a simple interface and see all of our KPIs. And because of that, we've been able to eliminate meetings and become much more efficient.
One way that we use DOMO is we look and see what's in the sales funnel based on our marketing leads. If we're not on target to hit that, we can make the decision 2 weeks before month end to actually make a difference and potentially hit our target. In the past, we wouldn't know until the month was over where we stood, and we couldn't pull those levers to make that happen.
So for the VP dashboard, some of the key metrics that we're after, KPIs, are e-commerce sales across the globe and understanding how we are impacting the market in Google and Bing and those other search engines. So giving them access to how we're performing at a high level, at a macro level, is important to aggregate that up into that dashboard.
My absolute favorite thing about DOMO is that it brings the data to life in a very creative way. I'm kind of an analyst of analysts, and we think the whole world should think in rows and columns. But as it turns out, like 95% of the world thinks in words and pictures. And DOMO is really one of the strongest applications at being able to take data and bring it to life through pictures so that it makes sense to people that aren't necessarily deeply embedded in numbers and rows and columns.
So DOMO gives us the real-time results that we need. We can see at any time how many leads we're generating, what those leads are doing, if they're turning into opportunities or not, and then if those opportunities are turning into revenue.
We have a lot of marketing initiatives that drive email to landing pages and landing pages to product pages, and then we're looking for conversion. DOMO really helps us do that in a very automated fashion.
We have that at a glance, at our fingertips at a moment's notice.
People are freed up their time to manage the business versus trying to figure out how to measure it.
Is a manufacturer of tile. We sell or source 1 out of every 3 tiles in the U.S. In total, Dow Tile has about $2.5 billion in sales, and we cover the U.S., Canada, Mexico, and also Brazil. 9 months after I started, we were going live with SAP, so we were moving off of JD Edwards, partially at least, and then moving to SAP. And so we were promised by IT that we were going to have a new solution in place when it came. And when we launched with SAP, we had no management reporting at all. And so we looked at 15 different BI tools, all the big ones, so Tableau, Microsoft Power BI, and how I found DOMO was actually a LinkedIn ad that popped up, and so we went with DOMO because it's a fully integrated product and platform. We use it in finance, we use it in manufacturing, we use it in sales, logistics, we've done custom apps, we've done custom connectors, and the thing that I love about DOMO is it's democratizing data across the enterprise. Some of the power of DOMO that we've been able to do, we actually run on 3 different ERP systems. So we have SAP as our main system of record, but we also still use JD Edwards for some things, and we also use Oracle in Mexico. And we've been able to use a lot of different data tools inside of DOMO to combine the data together, and it's been really powerful. We have 300 stores that sell tile to contractors. And every day the store managers get a scheduled report. It's in their inbox by the time they get to work, and they can look at, okay, how's my business doing? What are my margins? What are my sales doing? How much in orders did I have in the backlog? This information before was in probably 10 different places, and it wasn't looking, and now it's all in one consolidated, concise scheduled report in the morning, and then you can click through and actually go analyze the business. And so we empowered users to get to the information they need on their own without requiring special requests and different reports. And so the power of even a single card that they can see their sales and margin data and customer information in a single card was more than anything they've had in the past.
Is a company that provides users with their credit score and report completely for free. We're in 3 markets. We started in the United Kingdom in July 2015, and since then we've also launched in South Africa and in August of last year. Pre-DOMO we had a fairly homegrown data infrastructure. I mean, it was typical sort of startup. So we had things like daily reporting, but these were fairly basic, and they were starting to sprawl out of control, just lots of little graphs that people didn't really understand. There wasn't the understanding of the importance of using data throughout the organization. We're using DOMO today as a sort of constant monitoring tool and a way to share data across the organization. So it covers all of our markets, it covers all the different areas of the site, and it's enabled us to get really deep down into the data, to be able to spot trends, to keep an eye on what's happening. And in the last couple of months, we've also started to introduce different sources of data. So not just through connectors, but also metadata that we have in our own internal systems. I really don't think you can underestimate the amount that it has helped to increase coverage of data across the business and understanding of it. Straight away, I can get up and look at exactly what happened in the business yesterday and what's been happening this month. So now I'm able to spend my time doing the stuff which I actually do well, so all the data sciencey things, so getting to spend more time doing credit risk modeling and building eligibility models for our users, so that our users, say, out in South Africa and India, they finally have a sense of which credit products they can apply for, which ones they're going to get. Being able to make a real tangible difference to our users, particularly in less developed markets, is incredible, because there you know you're really making such a strong difference.
Apria is historically a respiratory company.
Our mission is to improve the quality of life of patients at home.
There's a focus on patient health. There's a focus on getting people out of the hospital.
What makes us unique is that we are going into the home to help people that I say need help breathing, sleeping, or getting air in some other way. When I first joined Apria, we lived in many, many spreadsheets.
People were getting information however they can get it. Whether it was in spreadsheets, whether it was keying the request up to 3 or 4 different individuals, see who comes back with something first.
It just was highly inefficient. So we just got used to that level of inefficiency, and then DOMO came.
We vetted DOMO against other software companies.
It allowed us to do things on a daily basis that we weren't able to do before.
The biggest benefit we've seen is we've been able to put information in an automated manner in front of people where that information just didn't exist before.
It was simple, it was easy to adapt, it let people get in and start to utilize the tool.
Everybody can talk about the same data versus kind of compare and contrast and fight to whose data is better.
The ability to really know what's going on a moment-to-moment basis helps you avoid pain. We've been able to course correct in real time.
We actually now have key information, whereas a couple years ago we were out seeking it, trying to find it, turning over every stone, sending out emails to 3 or 4 different analysts saying, hey, I really need to see this key piece of information. Can somebody chase this down for me? I think that culture has dramatically shifted. We know with DOMO we can set it and forget it.
DOMO allows us to understand our business. It provides immediate access that was never available before.
It's like having a finger on the pulse, and it's a continuous pulse.
Now there's one version of the truth, and we're able to work the data as opposed to have the data work us.
My name is Brandon Ancuda. I work at Zillow Group, part of the enterprise applications team. We manage all internal applications that keep the business running. One of the first challenges that we had faced rolling back a few months when we were evaluating solutions is we had a process for our media business where we're serving ads on multiple platforms, but we had members of various operations teams pulling this data manually, sending reports to revenue accountants, them just compiling spreadsheets, pivoting, doing different functions, just a lot of manual touch, a lot of room for error. And we needed something that could connect to all of these platforms, bring the data down to one place, do some calculations and spit out a CSV file, and that's exactly what DOMO did. We have data going back and forth between ERP systems and billing systems and Salesforce, for instance, and Zora. Those are the systems we use, and we have custom solutions that go in between, and sometimes they fail, and we need to know, and we need to see trends in that, and we've leveraged DOMO to see those trends. I never thought I would get so giddy about data. I always liked data, I always was a Power Excel user, and I've always used Microsoft SQL Server Studio for cracking into databases and whatnot. But DOMO removes all of that and just puts it at your fingertips without having to get messy. Some people prefer that, but DOMO just makes getting to your end goal, which is transforming the data, a lot faster. Connecting, transforming, and then producing a result in a very minutiae amount of time.
So Vino Mofo are an online wine retailer, but with a difference. They take the snobbery out of the wine industry. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. It's definitely more than number crunching. There's a lot of analysis. It's also making sure everyone's got access to the data that they need, how they want it, and more importantly, when they want it. The key challenge that we faced was all our data that was basically held captive behind the website. So anytime we wanted some information, we were basically at the beck and call of our engineering team. DOMO has liberated data out of their hands into everyone else's hands, and that's exactly what we wanted. What we've really engaged with strongly is the buzz feature within DOMO, so we collaborate a lot within DOMO as a team to gain insights from certain anomalies or something that's interesting, and the fact that it's within DOMO means we've got history, it's not just lost via email or in conversation. We're using DOMO a lot to analyse how best to market to our customers. We're trying to take more of a personalised approach instead of just like a one-size-fits-all. A really interesting example where we've used DOMO has been to really deep dive into customer churn, and we were able to analyse who were the customers not repeat purchasing, and then they're the ones that we obviously target to try and re-engage. In this fast-paced e-commerce environment, we've got competitors popping up left, right and centre. We have to absolutely be on the ball and be targeting and marketing correctly to our customers. And also, if we don't have these insights, then we'll lose our engagement from our existing customer base. Churn will increasingly become a problem. So it's really pivotal, actually. It's critical. I'd say the biggest benefit is we're able to have more information at our fingertips to make more informed decisions, which is absolutely necessary for the next level of growth in the business. If we didn't have DOMO, we would definitely be living in the past.
Univision is the leading content and telecommunications company that's targeted towards the Hispanic market in the U.S.
We've been serving this market for over 50 years. Today we are a powerhouse that is not only linear, it is radio, it is local television, and it is digital.
Univision has thousands of employees across the country working on national and local television and digital properties.
For us, New York City is the microcosm of the world, where you've got all these different cultures and diverse people all in one place.
As I think about New York City and media, it is the center of the universe. So before we engaged with DOMO, we had data, but not a lot of opportunity to understand the data and dig into that.
We're trying to figure out how to drive as much revenue as possible through this new function of programmatic advertising at the company.
With the integration of DOMO, we were able to analyze the data in a way that we've never done that before.
As soon as we got DOMO launched, we were making business decisions right away. We were looking at how we were doing internationally versus US, by platform. All of that combined led us to decide, how do we focus our sales team to go sell programmatic advertising?
DOMO has allowed us to improve our yield significantly, but more importantly, grow our revenue.
Can we settle down, please? People at the back. How was the lunch? I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch. No?
Yes.
Why so sad face? It was fantastic lunch. Don't you think so?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, how was the lunch?
Great.
Until I get to see that energy back, I'm not going to proceed with this event. How was the lunch?
Beautiful.
How was the lunch?
Yummy.
Thank you. Now I can see that few people at the back, the eyes are shutting down. Don't worry, the event is going to start again now. Okay? Yeah. I can just see their teeth. All right. Okay, before the lunch, we had played a video of GWC. I have few guests who's come in after the video was played. I would request the technical team to please start up the video. Let's see what GWC does in the world of data analytics. Can we play the video again? Thank you.
I need it right now. Systems were broken, data was all over the place. That in part informed bad decisions. It just didn't work.
In a world where there is a constant hunger for new technology, both data and analytics have become the heart of digital transformation. Today, there are more of us than ever before, each generating information about who we are and what we need, living in a more connected world. We have even more effective ways to harness this information and use it. It gives us invaluable insight into our businesses, our people, our risks. Are you ready for today, or are you ready for tomorrow? In today's connected world, we are living much of our lives online. As a result, companies everywhere are creating large storehouses of data on all of us. The most obvious information being collected is social media data. In 2021, people created 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every day. By end of 2022, 70% of the globe's GDP will have undergone digitization, and 91% of Instagram users engage with brand videos. By 2025, 200 plus zettabytes of data will be in cloud storage around the globe. There is now a digital record of everything you buy, everything you watch. Data is becoming one of the most profitable enterprises on the planet. Everything you post, tweet about, like, and more is being collected. Digitalization opens up fascinating new possibilities for the automotive industry. Large quantities of data are generated at many stages in automotive production today. we are already drawing major benefits from intelligent analysis. In the automotive industry, vehicles under plus seats and high-performing engines have become increasingly intelligent due to data analytics. The onboard technology is transmitting information about vehicles and driver performance. The manufacturing industry is beginning to use analytics driven by real-time production data, not only to make better, faster decisions, but also to enable automation across the organization, making data analysis in manufacturing an important element. Welcome to the digital age of endless possibilities. Welcome to the GWC Data Analytics Summit 2022 in association with DOMO, an event that brings analytics and BI professionals together for one day to exchange innovative ideas, explore new technology, products, and network.
Thank you. Novi?
So far we have seen the capability of the tool and what GWC does, and we need to have a success story of the person who has implemented in the past, who has recently implemented, or who experimented this and had a great success, right? So we have Mr. Sendil from CSS Corp. Yeah, he's gonna tell us about the success story that he had in the past implementing DOMO and what kind of solutions he can provide. Yes.
Good afternoon. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Sendil Kumar, part of CSS Corp, and I head Innovation Labs and DOMO, and I have around industry experience of 20 plus years in IT, and I'm responsible for building a lot of solutions and platforms. So DOMO is how we get into DOMO. That is one big question. Like in CSS Corp, the predominant businesses like the customer experience, like we technical support, and we also have a digital engineering services team. Like why we selected DOMO is like before we selected DOMO, like we evaluated a lot of tools actually. We also have in-house BI tool, and we had a lot of different tools, and customers were having multiple tool sets with respect to CRM and telemetrics like Avaya, and we also had like 828. Like there were so many tools were there, and we want to see like how seamlessly where we can give the customers from a operations perspective or from a customer experience perspective. That is one of the goals, and also how to adopt the culture, DOMO culture within the CSS Corp. Like there were so many parameters where we try to shortlist DOMO. Like for example, like the performance, the maintainability, the cost, and the licensing. So many aspects were there. Then we finally like shortlisted DOMO, and we engaged DOMO during last October, and there was an adoption process, and we started DOMO as a culture within our organization from 2021. And right now, I think, slide please. Yeah. What I can say, like we actually, it is not just for the customers; it's also like the internal organization. We have a lot of service lines, we have a lot of support functions, we have a lot of teams actually. Like we brought in DOMO as part of their culture. Like we have multiple internal systems, and the reports were generated from multiple systems where we consolidated. Like for example, HR, finance, and we also have one COES as one of our enterprise data insights platform where we analyze how our team is perform, or how our operations perform, how our customers perform, and we have a lot of delivery teams. And we have like these are the new things which we have brought in, like the build to pay analysis, cost governance, and DOMO, how we incorporate DOMO apps part of our journey actually. So these are the key functionalities which we had. Like I'll just go through like few things. Like HR is one of the support functions, like where we had multiple systems. Like we had we had multiple systems even for. Okay, we have multiple systems, and where we the onboarding process, and we have an exit process, we have an allocation process, like project details, and so many steps were there. And again, the finance, we have an internal system, like SAP is our finance, and we have multiple modules in SAP, and like our all the entire financial operations have happened through SAP. And with respect to delivery, I think what we had is like we had like Avaya, and we have 828, we have Genesis, we have ServiceNow, we have Salesforce. There were so many systems were there, and we were able to integrate and connect with all these external data, and we brought into our system, and we can able to seamlessly process the data. For example, like we can able to connect a person where he works and which particular project he works, what is the ROI we get from that particular person, and how he is being utilized. Like that level of intelligence we brought in this through this tool actually. Like that is one of the most powerful tools. And again, like we have created a separate platform where instead of giving a DOMO direct access to the customer experience, like we created an Edison is our part of our platform, and Active Insights is our application where we engage with the customer, where the dashboards or the reports are shared with the end users actually, where they don't need to come into DOMO to drill down, like where it is like access embed, like where one of the questions which came in the morning, like embed dashboard, where we can publish the dashboard through the our interface. Again, like if you want to interact with the DOMO, we can have our own custom apps, or all the apps can be built in, and those apps can be published through DOMO actually. And again, we also build custom connectors, and we also create a lot of predictive analysis and revenue assurance. Like we have multiple clients, and we, like for example, like one team will have around 600 plus or 700 plus agents actually will work on the, like we want to see how the revenue assurance is there, like whether the team is performing, or whether we are able to meet the revenue, or whether the target will be achieved. Like we'll have a daily data will come into a system, and where we'll continuously monitor, and where if any dip is there, and whether any shortfall is there, we have alerts and notifications which is being triggered from the system, and it just informs to the appropriate stakeholders who are part of that account, like where we have created all the notifications, alerts with respect to like any drop in revenue or spike in revenue, or any drop in performance. Like for example, we have a lot of targets and metrics in our goals actually. For that's like the operation metrics and KPIs are there. Like we have captured the KPIs for every entities or every metrics. For example, like we have like AHD metric or ACW. Like we have like a lot of KPIs also there. So like customer surveys. So those metrics are, it is not just to visual perspective, it's also like where we engage and send the notification whether any performance spike is down or any performance improvement is down. All the things, even we will publish dashboard to the agents, where we can see how he performs, like what number of calls he takes, and what is his average time to attend a call, whether what is his CSAT survey, whether he's doing a proper thing. So that kind of scorecards and goal tracking, we even publish those scorecards to every individual who works in the system. So that's the leverage we have brought in. And for example, like on the delivery perspective, like where we can do the analysis, where like for example, like one particular case study where customer were keep on complaining that your team is not performing, and there is a lot of call drops were there, and where customer was not happy and he was just complaining, and we brought in the data and we have analyzed it, like what is the timeline the call came in, whether the agent was on a call, or whether we have a proper workforce management was there, and where we could able to do the call log analysis, like for the incoming call, outgoing call, whether agent was present or agent was absent, or all those things are brought in, and we have created a Gantt chart which shows the entire operation, how an agent is present, whether he's part of system, or whether he's just on a hold or something like that. All these things are captured, and we have even done like we brought in all our data. Actually, it's a single platform where we've even brought in the metrics from Salesforce, ServiceNow, and this is one platform. and where we do the incident and the ticket analysis, like what is the root cause and what root cause, and you do a mind map or word maps. So what is the causing issues? All those things are analyzed through the multiple dashboards which we created. So this is what bill to pay is. What is meant by is like how we pay an employee and what is we recover from that employee. That's the end to end. We have that analytics actually. Like what is the ROI we get from a particular person in our organization. That is the level of thing we have done it. And also like the predictive analysis is nothing but like we have brought in like the predictive how the forecast will be like for this particular month, whether we'll have a spike, whether we need to have a lean force or whether we need to plan our the workforce in the upfront. All those things we created a predictive analysis. Like one of the gentlemen who was asked in the morning like whether we have ALML capability where we have our own algorithms which does the predicts and it gives the possible outcomes of from the data which we capture. Like we have pulled in all our historical data into the system and we have done the modeling and it gives us the results actually. And the cost governance is like, so it is not just it's not about this matrix. The cost governance is how we spend on our resources. Like for example, like the cloud resources, like how I spend on Amazon, how I spend on Azure, how I spend on ServiceNow, what is the number of licensing the cost, what is the compute time, what is the cost which is done on storage. So what we'll do, we have connectors and we have brought in all those things and we have like day-to-day metrics where we say like how the cost is trending, how the what is the ROI we get from those costs. Like that is what we have, and also we have done something like the usage analytics. Now our platform performs like how the usage of these all the dashboards being consumed. Like, because we have done like look at the statistics, like we have around 70 million data and we have created around 500 plus pages and we have all 50 plus scheduled reports and we have 100 plus alerts. But how this is being consumed, how this is being utilized by the organization. We have, that is the usage analytics. Like we view cross-reference whether the end user actually uses the system. That's the level of the intelligence it has, and we bring in all those data and we do analyze it. Whether the end users actually uses the system or not. Then this is what we also have the data warehouse, like the old unified data warehouse was built in DOMO actually, right? It's a single source of truth actually. So we don't believe in other Excel reports and other stuff. So earlier in our organization, so most of our reports are in Excel actually. Like so when management asks for what is the current employees, active employees, who got terminated, who's planned to leave, who was going to join, what is the plan of the new joinees, who is going to leave the organization. All this being now currently as available as a dashboard where we know what is the volume we come in and what is the exit we have. So we have brought in everything. Like earlier everything is done as a manual process and the consolidation can take like 4 or 5 days to produce that report. Again the data will change, but right now, so everything happens seamlessly actually. We pull the systems from various systems and it up-to-date information got managed. The other beauty of this is like the finance, like right now, if I can open the dashboard, I can see what is my revenue, current revenue and month-on-month revenue. The earlier like everything was maintained in the Excel, right? We know the trend actually. Right now we have brought in around like last 5 years data into a system. We can able to see the trend actually. Like earlier like we used to have month-on-month report in an Excel. But they don't have a trend actually. Like right now we have the complete data in DOMO which shows like what is our current revenue, what is our cost on a resource, what is the cost on OPEX cost, all these things, and we do the drill down and we can get into the details how we spend in each cost or what is the revenue we get at every line item level. So we can do a drill down, that is the level. Like so right now for finance alone, like we have around 10 million of records which has been in the system, and from the 10 million we consolidate the data and we show it as a another beauty is like every month, like the month-end reports will be published to our DU heads, like delivery unit head or service lines head. Like it takes around 20 days to publish a report. Right now with the help of a DOMO, everything has been automated from SAP extract to data mapping, everything. Right now it takes like 10 minutes to send the reports to the end user. That's that I think the August we did a run, and we did a run in July. Now the reports have been published and it has been exposed through the Active Insights. We'll give a snapshot like what we have done in Active Insights so that you can see dashboards what we have done.
Yeah, there must be a lot of questions, right? So we were talking about the capabilities, and someone has experimented 6 months before, and the entire ecosystem, right? CSS Carp, they brought everything into DOMO, and they have a great success. And they used to produce reports. They take 20 days at a stretch with the help of 15 people, and now it is automated, right? 10 minutes they take to send the reports, and it has taken 6 months to implement for the entire solution. This done. He has done wonderful job. And take any department, right? So yesterday when I was discussing with Senthil, take any department. In that department, he has done some of the great jobs. So it is done in 6 months. So it is in people who have the IT experience, they must be aware what kind of effort or what kind of, there were years together we spent for implementing this kind of solutions, and it has been done in 6 months. And how many team members? 3 members team, right? So you can imagine 3 members team, maybe, right? So it is 6 months time, and they brought data from 20 plus data sources and 90 million records, right? 70 million records, and a lot of things, like he is experimenting a lot of things. And we were, we can see the live example of CSS Carp here, and he has implemented, and people can shoot out their questions. Maybe from GWC team can ask questions. Yeah, DOMO team. People are awake, right?
Any questions from the DOMO team? Any questions from the DOMO team?
I'll ask a question. Sendil, hello. No, you mentioned at the start, even I don't know the answer to this question, so I wanted to ask. You mentioned at the start you evaluated numerous BI tools, and you ended up with DOMO. Why? Why DOMO? What was DOMO doing that other tools were not?
See, that's the answer is simple. Like you just mentioned 7-step. So as you said, like earlier we had like the data warehouse. We were having Cassandra. We had SQL. We had Postgres. The data warehouse was built on multiple systems, and again we had a lot of ETL tools actually. Like the ETL tools were SSIS, we had like MuleSoft, and we had like a lot of ETL tools were there. And for visualization, we used Power BI, and we have used Tableau. We used even SSRS report, and there were so many things which is there. Like and there were silos actually. So there is no one consolidation, one unified tool. The cost has been spent in the multiple areas. So the DOMO, I think what we have done is like. So we consolidated everything and we have knocked off all other dependencies and the other tools which has been used in the system. So we just only pays only for the DOMO, and the DOMO takes care of the end-to-end process. It's just the raw data comes directly from the system, and the data processing happens in the DOMO, and the visualization happens in the DOMO, reports generated from the DOMO, and it's been published from the DOMO. So it's the entire process is happening completely currently in the DOMO.
Awesome, thank you.
Any questions from DOMO team?
So the data, what you are telling is like, it's a BPO, like kind of a work what your company is doing, right? It's a BPO?
No, technical support actually, like it's not a BPO. So we have multiple service lines, and we do a technical support. Like we work with the customers like OneAge, and we also work with retail customers, and we also Hope Depot and other stuff. Like it is the technical support we give, like kind of a customer experience.
Okay.
So customer services, we don't work with the banking and other stuff, but it is on the technical.
So there will be a lot of iteration in your industry, right? Yeah, right. So does DOMO helps you in that to like visualize or forecast or predict it, like how to?
Yes, that's what I showed in the employee demo. Right. So what we have is we collect, we have a separate system called e-separation in our this one, and we collect the data, and also we have what is the reason why they quit, and what is the reason for their leaving, and we capture all those information, and also we capture the employee aging details also, like how long an employee serves with an aging, and what kind of the process is going, whether he's sustained with a same position or whether he's been elevated. All those information we have, like what is the aging in a particular position, what is the aging since he has joined, and how. So many information there, and we do a predictor there also, like based on the exit candidates, the inputs, and also we have a self-service portal where any individual can even submit their own concerns. Actually, we do analyze that also.
Thank you.
So you wanna ask any question to our DOMO experts?
Can I have a job?
Right, we are Indians, right? We need everything in one place. We don't use DSLR. We need mobile phones to achieve that photographs, right? We need everything in one place. So this is a tool which is made for Indians, I can say. Maybe Indians are not use the potential of the tool, and GWC is there to implement this, right?
See, I can say the other benefits what we have achieved after incorporating a DOMO culture. The benefit is human errors actually. So we have eradicated all the human errors. Like and the time to reach a customer, the reports. Like we do send a daily operations report. weekend reports, and there were a lot of dependencies were there. Like the resource is not there, the reports were not been sent for a customer, and we were having a lot of resource dependencies, and the data has been pulled manually, calculations been done through the Excels and so many stuff. Right now, everything we have brought in, like, so it is automatically goes at the schedule intervals. Like, we don't need any manual interventions. Like, it is completely automated, where it pulls the data from an external system, processes it, and it just sends our daily operations report at the end of it. So the customer benefited. Like, the customer want to classify our earlier data. I think you don't need to go and get the previous Excel report. Where in DOMO, I think in our active insights, they can just do the filter and they can see how what was the trend earlier. Actually, like, that's the level of the data we have, and they can even go at the historical information. Historical, even how the team performs, like on the month-on-month or week-on-week, how the location comparison also will happen. Actually, like for a team, like we have 800 agents working, like we have around like 6 delivery centers in Philippines, Costa Rica, Utah, India, and we can even do the comparison. The customer comes and asks like whether this particular location is doing this one, so that they want to have a spike in that particular location. Or if you want to increase or decrease, all those things that kind of analytics we have brought in here.
I don't know, this is maybe a non-technical question. How it transforms into the performance of the business?
So we can leverage actually, like how we can, so you can see like, so for example, if a team is non-performing team, we can easily analyze it. We can very well note it in a day itself. Like, so yesterday, like if my average handling time, we have like, for example, take a metrics, no? Like, the average handling time for a day call is 5 minutes. The customer defines as a 5 minutes. So if there is a spike there, like yesterday, like if it says a 6 minutes being handled, it's like we send an alert actually. Like so, like yes, we are not meeting the target. So that normally the customer sees the weekend report, or the management sees the one-time report. But the course corrections will happen, or sometimes the escalations will be discussed through the executive committee meeting. But those things can be avoided here. Like, that's the leverage we have. Like,
but we don't have data for this.
We have the data. That's what we have the data. That's what, like operations data that we pull it from. Like every day we pull it from the operations. We have like Salesforce. We have from ServiceNow. We also have from Avaya Telemetrics. So at the end of the day, anyway, if the logs up, we pull in all the data and we process it here. So how an agent performed, how the team performed. So every day we'll, that's what some of the dashboard you see, you can see the trend actually, how the trend goes, and we send the notifications. That enables the business. And that's what again, you saw when we have one of our customers, like we had a lot of abandoned calls were there actually. So and we clearly marked it actually, why there was an abandoned call, why there were so many abandoned calls. That's the lead time where our workforce management were very less, and we were not working in that particular way, and that is the drop in there were around like 50-60 calls got abandoned in a particular time, and customer being made aware of that, and we had boarded like 40 agents in that particular time slot, and they work like that's how we get the revenue additions to the team.
Right. So total solution was built in 6 months, right? Can you just use?
No, total solution is not built. It's an incremental process.
Yeah.
We have just started it.
Okay, whatever like in 6 months, whatever you guys achieved, right? So if it is other tools like other ETL tools or something, what will be your estimation? Like it will be how many months going to take? So same 3 people like team.
See, it depends upon the tool which we currently work on. No? Like so, for example, like here I know like how the processes are. Even that's what I said. The adoption for us it took 2 months actually.
Okay.
So the same thing. Any new tools there will be an adoption period. But the adoption here, I don't need a dependency here. Like so, my developers or my BA engineers can be full stack actually. They can work on the end-to-end process. It is not just the visualization or not a data engineers or not a data architect. They can work on the complete flow actually. Like where earlier the systems like one person will be there to build a data warehouse, another person will be there to aggregate and try to create it as a meaningful data, then another person will move it to another system, then we create a visualization. Right now it is not, similar case. One person can get the raw data, he can process the data, how Kapil said in the morning, like he can process the data and we can aggregate it and we can do the visualization. We know the results immediately. So I think it will be like, what I say, like you would have reduced around like 60% of our development time. So
yeah, that is what my...
Yeah, 60% of the development can be reduced.
Sandil, good afternoon. Actually, I have two questions.
Yes.
The first question is, the DOMO we can use it some external visuals, right? It's a custom visuals I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. The custom visuals in Power, actually I'm working in Power BI, we can use it in decomposition tree. Okay, in the decomposition tree, it will be segregated at the end use, end of the part also we can see it. In DOMO, it's one of the visual is it's called as a tree filter, if I'm not wrong. Okay, in the tree filter, when we have to use, it's become an app. In DOMO, it is considered as a separate app.
Correct.
Correct. So how it will be interact with other visuals within that external visual? It will be work.
See, every input will have an output. Okay, the output is called as a data set. That data set has if you are a user, actually DOMO user, you will be, if you have the permission, you can consume the data set, but you cannot change the data set, but you can consume the data set and you can create your own visual. Like the magic bricks, no? You would have seen like D3 bricks. I think that from that you can create, or you can bring in your own D3JS, or you can create your own app. Like for example, we have created a custom app using a React actually, React.js, and what we have done is like that goes the communication between two different systems. Like we have a CMS system, we have a DOMO. Like we want to sync the data seamlessly, and for any configuration changes or any new changes, and if you want to create a custom report, we can use our the custom app which you have built in. And I think that even could be embedded as a content in the dashboard and it can be published to external users.
Okay, thank you. Then another question is the Gantt chart. You have explained that the Gantt chart also you have used in that particular dashboards. You said that the Gantt chart is basically we will be used that the release and the project release, when it will start, when it will be end, the duration time period we will be use that particular chart. So in the DOMO also it's an external visual, if I'm not wrong.
No, it is an internal visual. You are saying like instead of days, what we have done is we have marked it as a timeline actually. Like we have captured based on timeline. So the drill can be happened for an hour, for a minute, and for a day. So you would have seen in one of the slides there, like where you can drill through, you can mark it, like what is the timeline. So that's the Gantt chart. We have extended that. We have not built a custom Gantt chart, but the data set needs to be constructed in such a way that can be accommodated in the Gantt chart. So that's where we can able to visually communicate with the customer. Like it is on that particular time interval, the call drop was there. On that particular time, our resources, like the resources are not working in that particular time. That's the 2D we have brought in there.
Okay.
It is not just the day, like you need to extend it to the minute or a day, time, hour.
Yes. Thank you.
I have a question. Am I audible?
Yep. Yes.
Hey, good afternoon, Senthil. Swati here. Nothing technical, just wanted to ask you that you just said you got this done in last 6 months, right, with 3 members contributing to it. So just wanted to understand, have you ever come across any kind of a roadblock or any kind of challenges while you were doing this entire journey? And if yes, then have you discovered anything?
Yeah,
that could
I
be
can
helpful?
give one example. Like, see, normally the finance guys, okay, like they will be carrying like 20-30 years of experience, and their mindset will be on a traditional lines. Their report will, they want to look alike report in as they see in Excel actually. So we had challenges to replicate the visualization for how they see it in Excel in a DOMO, but we have achieved it. But it took some normally, see, for us, and to onboard a customer, I said no, like 20+ customers we onboard. For onboard a new customer with an analytics, we take like 4 to 5 days actually. If you have the data, so if you have the clear requirements, I think we take 4 to 5 days to onboard a customer into our active insights with the complete transformation, dashboard building and literacy. For that particular instance, I think it took like 20 days to create that view actually, like how an Excel view to show like, because here we have rows, the columns will come as a row will come as a column, like in Excel it is like they work on a pivot and they are very adamant in what they see in Excel and they want to compare the data. That took us some time actually. But it is not just the time, it is also the transformation process to achieve that, it took us some time. The others are pretty much, if you know, basic, it's not like, see, the adaptation was there, like it is anyone who knows the process can work in DOMO. It is not, no technical knowledge is required. Anyone who knows the process, anyone who knows how a report can be generated, how one visualization can be generated with the small data, can work in DOMO. No technical expertise is required. If I want a technical result, he needs to know just a simple MySQL script or like some kind of functions. If you know the Excel functions also, they can work here.
Hi Sandil, this is Deepak. Actually, we can come into that ETL part. When we go for the ETL part, from your experience, there is a 70 million rows here. Okay. When we go for other ETL tool, it will be a fraction of seconds to do that ETL process. But what will be your user experience when we are using the 70 million records in the Magic ETL or else the data fusion? What are your suggestions?
Okay, so I'll take even that financial as an example. As I said, it was 7 million rows, and it has got around like around 15 plus lookups actually. I don't know who's asked this question. Okay, 50 plus, 10 plus lookups, and we had exchange rates, we had constant currency rate, and we had employees. All those information were there, and for transform to a end with mapping all those information. Currently, it takes for us to process like 10 million rows. Takes around 2 minutes actually. 2 minutes to process like around, what I say, like 10 million with all the lookups to do the complete transformation. It takes us like 2 minutes. With the dependencies also, like when this process completes, the other dependent transformation will get triggered. So for the complete end-to-end process, it took us like 2 to 3 minutes only. That's also I told me, like, so the financial report, it was generated, everything was generated and published in 15 minutes. This time.
Okay. Usually you are using the Magic ETL or that fusion?
Magic ETL. Always. So see, it is up to the end user who wants to use it. Like some of us use Magic ETL, some of them use even the SQL
fusion.
SQL fusion. But I recommend Magic ETL because anyone can use Magic ETL.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what, another good thing is like you have enough content and enough reference in developer.domo.com or docs. What is that? I think there is another site actually. Yeah, I think Dojo community. Dojo community is there. So yeah, Dojo community. I think they have a good knowledge base there.
Yes, there is a community site for Dojo. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
So I just had one question, wherein you said like the data is being pulled from multiple applications, right? Yes. And those would be pretty old, wherein users might be using for a while. And was there any scenario wherein while building a report, you need additional data which is not there in your source systems? So what would be the approach? Or
yeah, for that I think what we have is like we can ingest that data set actually. Like we want additional data set. So additional data which need to support that the historical data, you can ingest it. That's what I saw like a few minutes back. We can, for the lookup, or if you want to have a cross reference, we can ingest that data as a like by Excel upload, and that can be mapped and that can be got as part of it.
I mean, like the current application, say in the screen you have 10 fields, and to come up with the calculation and the visual, right? You need additional fields. So, do you do it on the DOMO part, or do you?
DOMO. That's what I said. DOMO ETL, there is a magic ETL is there. What we'll have is like we can create a column there, and we can do the calculation.
Okay.
We can do the calculation. It just compares that's where we can do the percentage calculation. Like if you want to do the gross, like I can only consider this. We can create all those conditions in those additional columns. You can create additional columns.
So those are like editable in DOMO.
Yeah,
You can
it's editable and it can be just part of your data set.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Okay. So there may be multiple instances you need to get manual data entered from your managers. Right now, maybe you are sending a report, they need to manually enter, and that has to come into your report. How you are handling it?
See, there are multiple ways the data can be fed in. Like as I said, we have like an email connector also. If I want to get it through an email, okay, DOMO provides us a email actually, email connector is there, and it gives an email ID. I'm just saying one of the options. Like email connector is there, and if you send the mail to that email ID, that connector gets the data, gets the process that email, and it takes the attachment and it feeds the data. That is one way. The other way, we have created a custom app. So this is where if you want to enter a new data, and if you want to give a new data or new input, you can build a form within a DOMO, and that form will push the data to the data set actually. So we don't need any external application, or we don't need to host an application somewhere. So that and all, it is not required. So we just need to have a DOMO framework, and it can be published into the published as part of our DOMO dashboard itself. The DOMO dashboard in turn shows your application. That is another way. And you also have another one called form fields actually. There is a form where you construct a form as a connector actually. Then you can feed in the data. That is the third option. So these are the things which I have tried, but I don't know, a lot of other options.
Bidirectional connectors are there, right? So we can,
The callback, we also write back to a system actually. Like it is not only the one-way communication, we also write back to our customers' environment, and we also publish the data set which is been presented in the dashboard, and that data set also has been published to the external like Amazon or S3, Amazon or Azure, or when customers environment. There are a lot of write-back connectors also there.
Any further questions?
Yeah. Am I audible? Yep. Yeah. So my question is with the capability of the ETL part of DOMO. So we know that DOMO resides in AWS. So DOMO is also capable of computing large amount of data in terabytes, and then like it is able to perform aggregations in a very fast manner. But like once all this computation is done, is it possible on a ETL perspective to load this data into an external data source?
Yes, that's what it is.
Right back.
Yeah, that is possible. That is called as write-back connector. No? Like, we can do that actually. Your output data set need to be a write back, and that will do a write back.
Yeah. So my next question is with this bidirectional data flow model of DOMO. So in the current BI platform, most BI tools, what they provide is they provide the capability of doing all this forecast analysis. But what happens is, what these systems do is they take in data, they do some logarithmic computation over the data, and then they display the forecast values. But these so-called displayed forecast values, they are not being captured anywhere. In this, like let's say for Tableau, they have the forecast models, they predict the numbers, but there's not a way in which these forecasted numbers can be stored in any of the systems. Is it possible in DOMO to capture this data so that in future we can alter the let's say algorithm with which the value is computed if in case there's a variation?
Yes, that is possible. Like so, you have seen our enterprise analytics, no? Like That is 4 years later. So what we do is like we get the telemetrics data, and while we process it, we also connect with the models which we have we have used actually, like as a Python script or R script actually. Those scripts are ingested part of the process, and those additional elements like the forecast for the particular one are captured, but that is our own algorithm actually, like our own algorithm. That predictive the value are again sent back to like we create another type actually, like so like type, and that is get stored as part of the data set. While you see the data, I think the predictive will be shown as a ... and the actual value will be the connected lines actually. So if you have the algorithm or if you have the script, it can be part, like you would have seen like the magic ETL left, I think there is a separate section called data science. So that you can use that feature and you can add it.
Yeah, in most of the tools, we don't get this AI/ML features added at ETL layer itself. Almost none of the tools gives this flexibility, but DOMO gives us, even in the data cleaning activity itself, you will be able to have your ML/AI algorithms implemented, and that can be generated. It can be produced a new columns for us to have the predicted values available for us. I think we asked enough questions. Any further questions? No, there are some experts sitting silent because they know.
Yeah, from data side, we can able to use the flat file to create a visual. For one of my client is expecting like they are need to give the input on the data visualization side. Can we able to do that in DOMO?
Yeah, that is called write back. You can have your visualization. They can enter data, right? That's what.
Actually, I build the one report. I will share it to the end user. Who is the end user will enter the data, and they can able to store it in the database, and again it will be rebacked into the visual.
That's what I was saying. It's called write back. So write back connectors does the same, right?
No. Planning to alter the data itself. That's what the data set. It can be only altered through the credentials which the DOMO has, the user has.
Yeah.
Like you cannot update a data set. The process data cannot be updated.
So
it can be updated only via app, and only via it can be updated through the app and through the user who owns that.
So you're trying to share this visualization with someone, and you want them to add data points, and then that updates the actual card itself? Is that the...
Yeah, actually like that, let's take it as a table. Okay?
Yep.
In that table, there is a patient record and the patient comments also there. If one of the doctor is seeing that,
sure,
and they were giving some comments about that particular patient record. So, if they were giving the record any suggestion to the patient,
yeah,
it need to be reflect after the refresh of the data.
Sure.
Is it possible?
You probably want to do it a different way.
Yes.
That's probably not the right way to do it, but you can. We'll chat after separately. We can do that, but yeah, without sharing the visualization, you do it before in the back end. They'll update. We'll talk separately, but yes, we can do that because you'll share the data set. Yeah.
That's what that can be happen through a custom app only, not directly only.
Yeah, you wouldn't do it on the visualization, but yeah, we can input the data, bring it back in, no problem. We'll speak about it after.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions now that I'm up here as well? No? Yeah. No, thank you, Sendil. That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, Sendil doesn't even work for DOMO, and he knows so much about DOMO, definitely more than me. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So most of the things has been covered by Senthil because we were having some of the dashboards which already been played in the videos. So I want to conclude the entire day in a way that what is data has done in the past, how data analytics came into picture. So it is not maybe it is happening last maybe 20 years, not 50 years, and it is from maybe 15th century, right? And there were a case, and now data analytics, data visualization came into picture. In London, there is a place, and people. This is how the data visualization came into picture, right? So there is continuous deaths happening in London, in a street, maybe in a in a locality, and people were like confused. What's happening? Every alternate month or every alternate week there is a death in that particular locality, and people were not sure what is happening, how people are. Maybe the kids are dying due to some reason, they were not able to find out. And there is one visualization, a map visualization, found that out. There was a borewell, a water. People who consume the water from that particular borewell, they were continuously getting infected, and they were losing their lives. So that's where data visualization started. They were actually visualizing this. Through this visual, they were able to find out where this actually, the problem is. And then they fixed it, and the problem solved. So that's how it started. And there is one recent, I was even actually seeing this in a conference. Someone was saying this, right? In US, a father goes to a a company and complains about how can you send this kind of messages to my daughter, right? Even in some of the conferences we have seen this example. How can you send this pregnancy related messages to my daughter who is in the age of 14, right? How can you send this? I can sue you. That was the case. And after a week, the company sent an apology letter, and they said, yeah, sorry, it is by mistake. Our automated system sent you a message saying that maybe you can go for this particular tablet, like this. Okay, it's all related to pregnancy tablets, right? And next week, the father comes back to the hospital or the company and says that you were correct, my daughter is pregnant. That actually happened through data, because through data people can easily what happened is, so people just go for sentiment analysis, right? So what kind of all the pregnant ladies, what kind of medicines they are trying to search in the internet. So everything is tracked somewhere, and system is generating the messages, and through this people were able to kind of get results. So data is everything, and without data, companies now, let it be MSMEs, let it be enterprises, they can't run the show because they don't know what's happening. I might think the cash flow is great, but if I don't have the proper data, it may not have success, right? Having said this, GWC is committed to bring data analytics to MSMEs, and we are already doing it for enterprises, and we wanted to kind of bring this particular cost, right? The main problem is cost, and then the problem, there is no data, there is no system. How we can achieve that? So we are here to support, and anytime you can reach out to us, and we are here to support along with DOMO support. Yes. So thank you so much for everyone who's who just wanted to be part of this event, who accepted our invite, who spent the entire day here, and who wanted to show the gratitude, right? Because now they know Naveen, and they know someone, maybe Kapil. They wanted to spend time for us. I think you had a great day. Yeah? Thank you so much, and thank you everyone. Thanks Kapil for coming all the way from Australia and spend the entire day for us, and it means a lot. It's not that, I'm not really sure others can do it for us, but DOMO has done it. And one more thing, right? So DOMO is not accepting every partners. We are the second partner in India, right? So we are the second partner in India, and we are the only partner who have the 45 people certified in DOMO, right? So we have experts ready, we have the technology ready, we have the clients ready, now the execution, right? Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone.
All right, this brings us for the end of this event. Thank you everyone. Thank you ladies and gentlemen for coming up to this beautiful event conducted by GWC Data Analytics Summit 2022, end of the event. Thank you everyone. You guys have a great day. All right, there's some beverages being given. Everyone, please do have your teas and coffees and we can leave for the day. Thank you.